Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque's Board of Trustees regular meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. The time is 7 p.m. This meeting is streamed on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidance for commenting is listed on the website and on page 6 of the meeting packet. If you wish to speak or comment on certain items on the agenda, you should have signed up to speak either prior to this meeting or on the sign-up sheet at the entrance. This will be your last opportunity to sign up. We will then pick up the sign-up sheets, and only those individuals who have signed up to speak will be sworn in and allowed to speak. This will help us get through what might potentially be a long meeting. Please stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. I will now call the roll. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
Present.
Trustee Benavides is excused due to a medical condition. Trustee Lewis.
Present.
Trustee Radnovich.
Present.
Thank you. Now we move to item 4, approval of the agenda. I need a motion to approve or amend the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda tonight. I'd like to ask that we move and due to the length of what this meeting's going to be hearing tonight, I'd like to request that we move item number 5, regular public comment, to follow item number 11, new business period.
I need a second.
I'll second.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. So now we're going to move to item 6, which is approval of the minutes. Minutes of October 12th, 2022, regular meeting.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Flores.
Go ahead, sir.
But I have a point of order, I think.
Go ahead.
I remember seeing something about the September minutes that would have been approved at the October meeting. And it had to do with the closure of discussion on a particular item, and I'm not sure that that's reflected in the September minutes, which would have been approved in the October minutes. If that's the case, I mean, maybe we can ask Danielle about that.
Thank you, Attorney Flores. Mayor and trustees, on the September 14th minutes, we failed to include the closure of comments, the verbiage that indicates the floor is now closed for comments under item C, public hearings, appeal of B&B 2205. So I would like to see if one of the trustees would like to amend the September 14th minutes to reflect that verbiage.
Okay, let's go ahead and insert that as item 6A and move A to B. So do I have a motion to amend the September minutes as stated by the clerk of the Village of Los Ranchos?
I'll make a motion to amend the September minutes as stated by our clerk.
I need a second.
I'll second.
I'm going to call for the question. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to move to the minutes of October the 12th, 2022, the regular meeting. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of October 12th.
I need a second.
I'll second it, Mayor, but I have some comments.
Go right ahead.
On line 372, I believe it's page 17, we used the word to, T-O, and it was supposed to be T-O-O.
Okay.
And then I believe I spoke after Trustee Lewis, so it would be around line 382.
Yes.
last month, and I didn't see it here. I don't remember what I said, and I didn't go back to our meeting to look at it, but I'd like to amend it with how I responded to Trustee Lewis. And this was about the traffic study.
Okay, let me ask Danielle Cedillo Molina a question. So we could add that amendment at our next meeting, correct? Or not? Because you would have to figure out what he said, and I don't know if you want to do that right now.
Yes, I can bring those minutes back as,
Or should we
and
defer the approval of the minutes to December?
we can defer them until December. That way I can go back and listen to the audio and video.
I'd like them to be in the minutes, is why I bring it up.
Okay,
Yes,
then,
sir.
I need a motion to defer approval of the minutes of October 12th, 2022.
Then I will change my motion and to defer the approval of the minutes of 10/12/2022 until next month.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco,
Yes.
Trustee Lewis,
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. I'm going to move to item 7, departmental reports. The departmental reports are included in the packet and reflect all the activities listed. Ms. Rinaldi is participating via Zoom and would like to provide a brief update. Kiko, will you please bring Ms. Rinaldi into the meeting, please?
Ms. Rinaldi, are you there? Can you?
I am.
Okay. And if you could enable your video if possible.
Unfortunately, where I live, I can't support audio and video. So if I may just use the audio for this very brief presentation.
As long as we can hear you, and we seem to be able to.
Okay.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening, Mayor, trustees. Good evening. Very quickly, the final walkthrough with NMDOT on Phase 1 of 4th Street did occur on November 4th, and all punch list items were cleared and accepted. So the construction phase is officially over, and we are now scheduling the audit for project closeout. On Phase 2 of final engineering for 4th Street, Pueblo Solano to the village limits, we have received a proposal from BHI for Phase 2A only, the first phase from Pueblo Solano to Ranchitos in the amount of $700,770. And in our discussions with NMDOT, we are no longer considering the option of design build, but we are now entering into discussions with potential professional services providers to conduct a value planning exercise for final design. And what that will look like is the 30% design that we have received from BHI. We will have a 4 to 5 day exercise with BHI and another engineering planning service to look at potential additional design improvements to this 3 phases, potentially addressing them all individually based on funding and based on the environmental conditions significant to each of those phases. But it's an exercise that DOT is allowing us to pay for out of the balance of Phase 1 remaining funds, and highly encouraged it, and we believe that it is a good way to proceed. There are so many components to this project. We have 4 funding sources at this moment. We have a 30% design, and we want to potentially look at building in some additional design amenity on the alternative that has been selected. going forward. So I'm speaking with a couple of recommended professional design services who are really good at doing the value planning and value engineering. And I will update you within the next week or so as to what decisions we need to make, the Board of Trustees needs to consider so that we can move forward with that. Under pending applications for construction, I'm preparing a transportation improvement plan project proposal through the Mid-Region Council of Governments for Federal Highway Administrative Funding. I have attended one of their in-person workshops and will be submitting this application for the program period of 2024 through 2029 for construction funding. And in discussions with our congressional delegation, they were able to find out what the status of our Rural Surface Transportation Funds application that I submitted in May is, and we now understand that we will hear from federal DOT on a potential award or not in the first week of December. And then moving on to the other update is the entrance and roadway improvements project at the Agri-Nature Center. We had a meeting with the one actual respond. We received 2 responses to the request for quotes. One was not considered valid as they did not follow the format and did not submit a bid item list with their cost proposal. But the respondent who did, he has indicated to us that he has reduced the scope to within existing budget. And we will be meeting with them next week to see what scope. It's based on a meeting that Ann Simon, myself, and Knight CV had. And we'll see what his final proposal is, and I will report back on that. And the last update I have is that the roadway improvement projects, the NMDOT cooperative funding, the crack seal on various roads and the repaving of Tyler Road. Once the bar was passed, I rushed to complete the certs, the environmental and cultural certs required on this project. I submitted them to DOT and they turned them around in just a couple of days. So I'm prepared to move to notice of award and notice to proceed on that project. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, at this time, I'll go trustee by trustee if you have any questions for Ms. Rinaldi. Is there some cell phone on or other noise? Thank you. Trustee Pacheco.
I do have just a couple of questions, Mayor. Good evening, Maria. Thank you, first of all, for getting phase 1 closed out. It's like a miracle that it's finally done. So thank you for getting that done. With regard to the final engineering on the phases 2A through 2C, you said that BHI submitted a revised proposal. Was this revised proposal due to the cost of supplies or what?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, trustees, no, they just increased the cost of their design services, and additionally, they had not included the right-of-way acquisition necessary for the potential roundabout at El Pueblo, and they had not included the acquisition, all the right-of-way survey and everything that's required to actually acquire property for this project. So it was the roundabout property and the one pond in the first phase that they explained to us that their explanation is that the cost increase is related to those items.
Okay. And the second bullet talks about the proposal for phase 2A. Do you feel like that's going to go up as well, or do you feel confident that that's the figure we're looking at?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, very good question. That includes the acquisition of right-of-way for the pond in the first phase, and they have assured us that this is the final cost. But if I may just add on to that, one of the reasons that we're very interested in going through the value engineering exercise is because of escalating costs, not just for design, but the potential for construction costs greatly exceeding what we have as the engineer's estimate at the moment.
Okay, thank you. You had just mentioned that we were going to be notified about an award first week in December. Is that's not the rural surface transportation, is it? It is. Okay.
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, that's the big one. That's
Okay.
the $21 million one I submitted in May.
Fantastic, good. Glad there's a date. And then you also mentioned that we were funded on Phase 2A, and you had indicated that you had also applied for funding for 2A through 2C. Will that now just include, first of all, are we still in the running for some more funds, and will that include 2B and 2C?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, thank you. Another good question. Are all of the applications submitted on behalf of the Village of Los Ranchos include all phases? Almost all the applications request, if the entire project cannot be funded, do you have a single phase that can be funded? So the request is always for the 21 million, and then the secondary request, if availability of funding isn't there and one entire phase can be funded, it is 2A.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria.
Trustee Lewis.
Good evening, Maria. I have one question for you, and that is on this value planning exercise. Do we have a cost for that? Or how does that, can you explain that just a little bit more detail for me?
Mayor, Trustee Lewis, trustees. So basically what it is that we hire a second engineering and planning service to participate with all parties, the funders, NMDOT, our engineer of record, and they are willing to, BHI is more than willing to participate in this, and staff. And we spend several days looking at the 30% design, all the available funding, the potential funding sources that are out there, which ones may be applicable to each of the phases, the ability to potentially reduce costs based on the 30% design with tweaking alternatives. For example, the discussion could be the storm drain system that we are now proposing in 30% design. If that could be modified to reduce the cost, we might have some available funding there to be able to build in, for example, greater design amenity, beautification of intersections or certain sections within the project that would allow for street furniture or brick sidewalks or those types of things, rather than just standard gray curb and gutter and minimal landscaping, which we have now in the phase based on budgeting. So it's basically looking at all the potentials that other eyes may see in this design that would give us some opportunity to reduce the schedule, look at other sources of funding, and build in some additional value to the project.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So did I understand correctly that you're planning to next week select a second firm or meet with firms, or what was the schedule?
Mayor Trustee Lewis, NMDOT gave us several names of firms that we are in discussion with now, and also BHI has indicated their knowledge of a couple of them and their willingness to work with anyone we select. But so we're in discussion with them. I have created an outline of a scope with one of the firms for them to submit a proposal to us to include cost. We anticipate that this will cost around $30,000 for the 5 days. And NMDOT has already approved the expenditure of our funding for this.
Okay,
So
thank you.
as soon as I have proposals for review, I will make sure that everyone is aware of that. And that will give you more of a scope to describe more thoroughly what this exercise will look like.
Okay, thank you, Maria. I have no further questions.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have a few, Maria. Good report, by the way. That price that Bohannon Houston gave us is pretty high. And I'm going by my knowledge of projects like that, among other things. Did the DOT look at their proposal? Did anyone other than the village look at their proposal?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, that's a good question. NMDOT is aware of the engineers, of the estimates and the proposals. NMDOT, you know, every price escalation everywhere, they were not shocked, but I'll say it again, it did trigger us to look at other potential firms. But no, DOT did not indicate that they thought it was out of line.
It's a pretty low-density part of 4th Street, so it seems to me that the price is very high considering that. So I'm just trying to look out for the village and look to save money.
Mayor Radnovich, absolutely. And as I stated, one of the reasons to do the design review is for potential cost savings, especially if we have the opportunity to take those cost savings and build some additional design amenity into the project.
Mm-hmm. Is value planning basically what used to be called value engineering?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, yes. It's the difference is that on NMDOT projects and Federal Highway Administrative projects, any project that exceeds 50 million is required to go through this exercise, and that's called value engineering. Because our project doesn't meet that threshold, and we're not actually looking at re-engineering the whole thing, it's a planning exercise rather than an engineering exercise.
So you mentioned that we may look at replacing some of the sort of plain vanilla concrete with bricks. That seems the opposite of value planning to me because it's increasing price.
Mayor Trustee Radnovich, I use that just as a hypothetical, a potential example. But one of the intents of this project is to see if there is a way to save money in some of the proposed design so that we can, in fact, add some beautification to the project.
And okay, that answers my question. The last thing is we only had one contractor propose on the entrance roadway. It's not surprising to me because contractors are so busy. Who is the contractor that we're talking to?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, we actually had 2 respondents, but only one was a qualified respondent because only one filled out the required bid item sheet that was part of the proposal. And I am so sorry, I'm gonna ask Administrator Simon if she can, Anchor Built, I'm sorry, Anchor Built, and the other one was, Mrs. Stein. Ann, can you help me here? I'm so sorry, I don't have that file in front of me because I'm home, and I cannot, Trustee Radnovich, remember the second name. But we did have 2. We had lots of interest in the project, and I was frankly surprised that we only did receive 2.
Mayor, trustees, the card is on my desk, and I'd never heard of or worked with this firm.
Just curious. Anchor Built.
I apologize. Steve Radnovich, I will get you that information by email.
Okay. The RFP that you mention on, I think it's the last page of your report, it's a RFP for professional services will be issued on the project, and this is the, I believe it is the Chavez Road Multi-Use Trail. I noticed in one of the comments, and I just wanted to throw this into that or out there. I noticed on one of the comments that for one of the projects we're going to be hearing tonight, that someone said there's no sidewalk, no real refuge for pedestrians on the part of Guadalupe Trail from Chavez Road south, the El Paraiso area and beyond that. And so I wondered if we could add that little stretch of Guadalupe Trail to that work. I don't think I asked you the question, sorry.
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, that's really an interesting thought, and I agree with you that there should be, particularly at that intersection, that there should be some evaluation. And I believe that we could probably add that to the scope. Once I receive the grant agreement and we RFP for the right-of-way services, let me see if I can increase that scope to go both north and south of that intersection in this right-of-way survey. I just have to have the permission of the funding source, which is the Transportation Alternative Program. It's federal highway money. It's administered through the state. And I will see if I can add that to the scope.
Okay, and one last thing about that. Will the trustees be allowed to see the RFP before it comes to us?
Mayor, trustee, before it comes to you?
Before it comes to us at a meeting on our agenda, will we be able to see the RFP to offer any opinions or comments?
Mayor, Trustee Lewis, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Trustee Radnovich.
Trustee Radnovich, sorry. Certainly.
Excellent, that's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. Rinaldi. At this time, if the governing body has questions on any of the remaining staff reports, we will have each trustee ask all their questions before we move to the next trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I just have a few. First, I want to congratulate the village, especially the village residents, for getting out and voting yesterday and before, hopefully. And, voting on a really important and, of course, a successful vote on the GO bonds for open space. So I just wanted to commend everybody in the village for that. I also wanted to ask the question, Mayor, and I don't know if this is more for Administrator Simon, but with regard to the speed bumps that are being considered for Chavez, I'm just wondering, when will a decision be made and how will a decision be made? And maybe you want to answer that either now or during yours, Administrator Simon.
You should answer it now.
Oh, Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, happy to answer it now. We are talking to our vendors. It's really hard to get labor, product, and so everybody's backed up. So partly we're just trying to get in the queue on getting service workers into the village. And the other reason is we have an article on our capital projects update page in the next Village Vision magazine about this very thing, and kind of wanting to get some feedback from other parts of the village and make a decision after the magazine comes out.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, lastly, I'd just like to personally thank you for your service and wish to thank all the other service veterans and thank them for their service as well. And if there's anybody in here, I thank you for that too.
I appreciate that very much, Trustee Pacheco.
Let's see, I do have some more questions. So this would be for Administrator Simon. You indicate that Edgewood Park, that we're looking to take another look out there. Can you tell us just a little bit about what happened at the meeting and what changes are being considered?
Sure thing, Mayor, Trustee Pacheco. We had a really wonderful meeting at the end of the summer with the Edgewood Park neighbors. We provided a very, very simple sketch of what the playground equipment would look like and kind of the placement of it, and got some great feedback. There were things that we hadn't considered, more trees, fewer sort of shade structures, thank you. There were concerns about where the parking was being placed and some other issues. We also, the first proposal that our contractor gave us was probably twice as much as we had in the budget, so we needed to knock that down a little bit. And so Greg Miller from Morrow Reardon sketched out some alternative design concepts. He gave us 3, and we have been circulating them, and we're going to have a formal meeting here on Thursday night, the 17th, with the architect and some poster boards, and neighbors can come and comment and ask questions. And everybody seems to be fairly pleased, so we're excited. We're moving in the right direction.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, and this is for Josh, and no need to get up or anything, Josh, but I just wanted to say congratulations on all the success of all the classes that you have worked through this year. That it's incredible, the amount of classes and just projects and events and all of that took place at the Agri-Nature Center. And implementing the community partnership with the trolley and the group that you're working with, I think is going to be spectacular. And what a great use of a village-owned asset to do good for the community. So thank you for that. And of course, you have a bunch of baby lambs, I understand. Look forward to seeing those soon. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. This is for Director Rubin. Just kind of curious, Director Rubin, how the meeting progressed. You discussed the CAC meeting on October 31st. Just curious about the progress and when we might be able to, what I guess is going to be the progress of this group.
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, thank you for the question. So, and Anne can also speak to this since she was there. It was just our first meeting. We kind of discussed the scope. So a few things that we want to make sure that we cover are potential proposal edits to Ordinance 284, to the C1 and VC zones, so text amendments. We're going to start with C1, work our way down to VC, and then to the ordinance. And we're hoping, how many months would you say? We're meeting every couple weeks, and we'll try to keep it moving.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Mayor, I think that takes care of my comments and questions.
Okay, Trustee Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most of my questions got answered. I wanted to ask Josh, I thought it was very interesting working with the Sign Language Academy. How's that working? Can you tell us a little bit about that, what's going on there and how the experience is?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Trustee Lewis, trustees. It's been a great opportunity for me and for all the volunteers and everybody that works there. They come with one-on-one interpreters, and so we work through an interpreter to give instructions on what to do and all the projects in the field, and the interpreter is with them throughout the day. And a lot of them also are hearing impaired or have other disabilities as well. So some of them can be outside in the sun, some of them can't. They have a range of abilities. So it's been great opportunity finding a diverse number of tasks that they can all do. So, and it's yeah, enrich the farm.
Thank you, Josh. Again, I'd like to just commend you on, it's been a great year, and you've done a tremendous job, so thank you. I have no further questions.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have a few comments. Josh, you did do a great job, and I just wanted to commend you as well. I mean, you're doing such amazing things, and so many programs that you've got going. I don't know how you sleep. It's really great. And so thank you. Mayor, I wanted to commend you. Really well said, your first bullet point on your report. So I really appreciate everything that you put into that. And thank you for those comments.
I appreciate it.
I wondered about the speed bumps, and I think this showed up in Ann's and in the mayor's comments or report. Why don't we wait until after the study is done that we just approved last week or last month instead of willy-nilly putting speed bumps throughout the village? It didn't make sense to me to spend the money.
Ann, would you like to comment on that?
Sure thing, Mayor, Trustee Radnovich. We're walking a fine line. We have neighbors who are very, very interested in having us take action. We're trying to do some things. We've proposed things like wands along the side of the road to slow traffic. We've proposed, we did the striping, which I think helped a lot. The wider striping narrows the lanes, and that has helped a lot. We haven't found as much speeding as we thought we would. It's more traffic volume, I think, that's bothering people. But I completely take your point, and we're trying to collect data quickly so we can make a decision.
What's the cost of a speed hump?
That is a good question, and I do not know. I will be happy to research that and get back to you.
Fred, do you know the cost of a speed generally? Is it $2,000? Is it $10,000? Okay.
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, we've also been looking into speed tables, which would be a little bit less, I guess, obstructive as a speed hump, but more of a very gentle kind of table at the crosswalks. So we're looking at all options.
Great. I wanted to say yay on all the things we're doing with the trolley and the trolley coffee and all of that as well. I ditto, I think, to what Trustee Pacheco said. Something else I saw in your report, Mayor, is that we continue to see new businesses on 4th Street. How many have we seen? I was just curious what the businesses were. You may not be able to answer that, but I was just curious.
Well, let me ask Director Rubin. In the past, our P&Z department used to tell us how many new businesses were showing up in the village. Have you had a chance to look at that? I know you haven't been director for very long, but there used to be a table that we would prepare.
Mayor, thank you for the question. I don't think that's something that was at least most recently included in the report, so I hadn't carried it forward. But I can definitely include that in the future for new businesses if you'd like.
And Mayor and Trustee Radnovich, if I could jump in, we've been posting the number of new businesses in the Village Vision, and in not this issue, which is about to come out, but the last issue, we had almost 15, including not quite bricks and mortar, but some vendors that are coming to the pop-up markets, but those are businesses, those are revenue-generating businesses. And then we had about 3 or 4 in this one.
Nice. I'll look in the Village Vision more closely. The reason for the first phase of 4th Street was to increase business and gross receipts tax, and so I was curious. Okay. Oh, I noticed you mentioned, and this is in your report, Ann, I noticed you mentioned for the Business Development Agritourism Committee that you were going to do a survey. You should look at the survey we did for the first part of 4th Street, because we did a market study and we did a survey of businesses at that time, and it wasn't that long ago. And so I think some of those questions could be answered right there.
Okay, Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, I'm really appreciative of that. That sounds great, and I will definitely look that up. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. I also wanted to commend Josh on the amount of food that you sent to the Rio Grande Fund. That's really awesome. Good work. And I'm almost done. Fred, I just had a quick question for you. The new MOU for Bernalillo County with the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, is there any changes to the way they're working with us and patrolling the village area? I mean, in general?
Trustee. Oh, there we go. Trustee Radnovich, Mayor, trustees. There's two major changes. One is they don't have as much storage space here at the village that they've had in the past. They had 4th Street and then also here. But probably two things is, one is that we've increased the amount that we pay them through the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, which was increased. It went from, I think, $25,000 to $45,000 this year. So that all goes to them. We've also included, I believe, another $25,000 for special projects. So if they come and we decide that we need some type of special projects or some overtime, we have the ability to pay for that.
Oh.
And so that's where we're going to use some of the money. I've also talked to the Safer New Mexico Now. They fund Bernalillo County Traffic Division with a lot of overtime money. So the Traffic Division will also be able to assist us on some of the traffic enforcement within the village.
Oh, nice.
At their cost, not ours.
Oh, that's even better. That's great. Thanks, Fred. Sure. And that was it, Mayor.
Mayor, before you go on, if I could just add one more thing, of the many things that Joshua does down at the Agri-Nature Center, he also mentors a lot of students, especially with YCC. He has something to share with you.
Yeah, we've had a number of students over the summer, and recently one of the students that worked for us for quite a few months, a young boy by the name of Isaac, he passed away. He was shot a few weeks ago in downtown. So we're looking at ways that the village maybe can help his family or do something for them. A lot of the kids come from some tough backgrounds and are trying to get out of it and get employment skills and stuff like that. So we're hopefully can do something for his family. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I appreciate it. Any further questions, Trustee Radnovich?
No, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move to item 8, which is the financial business. 8A is discussion and approval of the October 2022 cash report. CFO Tammy Silva will be participating via Zoom. Kiko, will you bring Ms. Silva into the meeting?
I believe I'm in. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, trustees. I just wanted to say hello. I'm glad to be back here for the meetings. And I will go ahead and present the cash report for October 31st, 2022. I will start by reading a cash report memorandum from the treasurer, Will Fisher. This is just a memorandum letting you know that he has reviewed the cash report for the month ending October 31st, 2022 with an ending cash balance of $10,809,217.36. This is an increase of $187,057.72 for the month. And it's a year-to-date excess of revenues over expenditures of $940,825.14. At the beginning of the meeting, I believe Danielle passed out a correction to that first page, to that sheet. You guys should have that in front of you. There was just one word difference that I had to correct that was skipped. So the corrected version is that we are year-to-date excess of revenues over expenditures. And for this October cash report, there was one significant item. We paid the second quarter of the EMS and fire services MOU payment to Bernalillo County. And that was in the amount of $116,724. And that can be found in the check register as check number 1971. And that was the only unusual or significant item for the month.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Before we get to any questions from the governing body, I need a motion to approve the cash report.
I'll make a motion to approve the cash report.
I need a second.
I second.
Now I'll get to discussion from the governing body. Are there any questions from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just a question of Administrator Simon or Tammy. And first of all, Tammy, welcome back. Good to see you. I was wondering if it'd be possible to kind of go through not every line item in the, in the cash report, but I think it'd be good for the community to hear kind of, where the money's spent and if it's encumbered or not. We seem to focus on the $10 million often, kind of at the bottom, but I think it would be just a good exercise just to briefly go through, some of the spending.
Summary fund, or is it, you're looking at the summary fund?
Yes.
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco and trustees, I will start out by giving you a little bit of an overview, and then I might kick it over to Tammy to go through the detail. Essentially, on page 36 of your packet, you will see the cash balance summary by fund. You will see that our general fund is completely encumbered. It entails about $7.2 million. That's our budget. That's what we use to pay our bills, essentially. It covers our payroll, our department projects, department areas, any kind of special projects. That is all covered in the general fund. All of the other items are items that are obligated. For example, Tammy just mentioned the EMS payment. That is an agreement that we have with Bernalillo County to provide fire services. So that item you will find in this gray encumbered column. You'll also see the Law Enforcement Protection Fund that Mr. Radosevich just talked about. We have money set aside for our police force. All of these funds are obligated, so they're not expenditure items. They're monies that we have for a specific purpose. You will see the column directly to the right of the encumbered column. That's the discretionary column. You see $166,200. That is funding in excess of what we budgeted. That is our GRT and other revenue is coming in higher. So we have that as discretionary. We do not have that $10 million as discretionary. Those are all obligated funds, but our discretionary is, our revenue is coming in higher, and we do have $166,000 of discretionary funds, but that is the only discretionary funding that we do have. And Ms. Silva, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees, and so I think that Anne just gave a pretty good overview of what each of the funds kind of has and how we have most of it encumbered. We have a little bit of discretionary money that has come in as of October 31st that we have in excess. So I think she's done a pretty good job explaining that without knowing if there's a specific question you have to any of these specific funds.
No, that was perfect. I think it was just a nice overview of all the line items that are required to be paid by the village, and also what we have in terms of discretionary spending. So thank you so much for that. And that's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Trustee Lewis.
I just wanted to piggyback on that a little bit. I'd like to commend Ann and the staff. We are now a third of the way through our fiscal year, and our revenues are pretty much right on budget. Where that excess discretionary fund has come from, and that you guys have done a great job of being under budget on expenses. And so that's the only comment I have, is to commend you all for a great job on how you're fiscally managing the village. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Trustee Radnovich.
I don't think I have many questions. Let me just scan real quick. I noticed on page 38 that there's a, let's see, a revised budget that's in the red of $750,000 for the purchase of real property reserve. What is that?
Mayor,
Yes.
go ahead.
Do you want me to?
Sure.
Mayor, trustees, Trustee Radnovich. So what that is that's showing a transfer that we hope to do at the end of the year. What we do is we budget for that, and what we've done is we've said at the end of the year, if we have enough revenue that is coming in excess of our expenditures, if we have $750,000 left at the end of the year, we want to move that from our general fund into our purchase real property reserve fund for the use in the future of purchasing property. And so you'll see that it's a negative number in the general fund, but if you were to look at detail in the property reserve fund, it would be a positive 750,000. And that's just showing that we would be moving it out of the general fund into the property reserve fund. And again, that occurs at the end of the year. So right now you're seeing that in the actual column as 0. So that transfer will not occur until end of year if we have those funds available.
I see. That's the only questions I had. I also wanted to congratulate you, Tammy. This is the first time I've seen you since you had your baby, and I hope everything's great.
Thank you so much.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote to approve the cash report. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Now we move to item 9, public hearings. 9A, appeal of BB 22-05, an appeal of the July 12, 2022 Village of Los Ranchos Planning and Zoning Commission denial of an application by Mark and Jenny Valencia for a bed and breakfast permit as allowed by section 9.2.25 parentheses E parentheses 1 in the A1 zone in the North Rio Grande character area. The property is located at 7628-1 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest and is legally known as Lot 1 of plat of lots 1 through 4, Casas de los Santos, projected section 20, Township 11 North, Range 3 East, New Mexico Principal Meridian. Village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on April 20th, 1994. The property contains 1.296 acres more or less. Item A was deferred by the Board of Trustees at their regular meeting on Wednesday, September the 14th, 2022, to Wednesday, November 9th, 2022. At the conclusion of public testimony and questions, I closed the floor for comments. No further verbal testimony or written comments will be heard on this item. Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin, please present your planning report.
Thank you, Mayor and trustees. The item before you is an appeal of a bed and breakfast permit request deferred from the September 14th Board of Trustees meeting at 7628 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. The applicant has submitted an application that is in compliance with the criteria outlined in section 9.2.25E1 and its subsections. The operator of the bed and breakfast is not the property owner, but the authorized operator does live on site in the main house, which is allowed. There are 4 dwelling units on the property. The main house includes 1 room that the applicant would like to be able to rent out, and there are 3 guest houses on the property, totaling 4 guest rooms, which is compliant with the ordinance requirements. Staff met with the owners and operators at the site to gain a better understanding of the layout of the units and parking areas, and the department recommends that the board finds that these items comply with the ordinance requirements. The required off-street parking for the guests and owners/operators is 6 spaces, which can easily be accommodated on site. Meals will not be served, unauthorized guests are not allowed, and per the application, there will be no sign. House rules are also included in the packet and identify the fire evacuation route map, quiet hours, occupancy limits, and other items as required. Staff finds that the application meets the various elements of the Village Master Plan's economic development goal as identified in the planning report. The department recommends approval of BB 2205 with the findings and conditions identified in the planning report, and with that I will stand for any questions.
Before we get to questions, I do need a motion to approve or deny the appeal.
I will make a motion to approve the appeal.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Now, if there's discussion or questions from the governing body, we'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
Director Rubin, you had mentioned that you made a site visit to the property, and do you feel like all the concerns that were brought up at the last meeting have been sufficiently answered? Are you comfortable with that?
Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, I do feel comfortable with that, but if you have any questions in particular, please let me know. Administrator Simon and I did go on site, and they were kind enough to give us a tour, and so, you know, we looked at the available parking, we looked at the units, and yeah, that really helped with our understanding.
Okay, and it seemed like you, when you went out there, it looks like from the packet that there was some identified parking spaces within the property that could be used for visitor and guest parking. Is that right?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, yes, that's correct. And just to further clarify, I believe some of the discussion last time focused on the abundance of parking on the site. And what I understand is that my predecessor had asked the applicant to identify any potential parking on the site. That's why there's a lot of identified parking. So the 6 spaces required could easily be accommodated on the site.
And I know that there was also some concern with the road, I guess, because that provides an easement to multiple properties. I know that there were some identified parking spaces along that road for these properties. And I also know that some of the concern from neighbors was people coming up and down that road, you know, going all the way to the end. And I believe that the owners had agreed to potentially put some private property signs up or identify that really nobody should go past a certain point on that road. Is that your understanding?
Trustee Pacheco, that is correct. And if you'd like further clarification on exactly what the applicant was proposing, you could ask the applicant. I don't want to misstate it, but
Okay.
that is my understanding.
Okay. And let me just see if I had anything else for you before we get there. I guess these other questions are for the applicant. I don't know if this is the time to do that or if we kind of go through our questions.
Well, Danielle, first of all, is the applicant here?
Mayor, trustees, the applicant is in attendance. If they would like to approach the podium, please come up.
Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, and then questions will be asked by the various trustees. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening, trustees. Mr. Mayor, my name is Mark Valencia, 40 Camino Vega Verde, Corrales, New Mexico, 87048.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So there were some concerns. Are you all going to speak? Okay.
You might as well state your name.
Okay, go ahead. He's like, I know she's gonna talk. No. Hi trustees, Jenny Valencia, 40 Camino Vega Verde in Corrales as well. And because you're the operator and you're on the permit, probably.
Hello, I'm Dawn Volpe, 7628, unit number 1, Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest.
Thank you. So if you could just kind of address some of the concerns that were brought up by some of your neighbors at the last meeting. Specifically, I mean, would you all be willing to agree to have your guests park in behind the structure that right off Rio Grande to just hopefully appease some of the neighbors thinking that there's going to be a lot of people parking on the actual road first? And then secondly, what are you planning to do or what could you do with signage in terms of the actual road and keeping your guests from kind of going past your properties?
Mayor, trustees. So the main access is off Rio Grande, has an electric gate we installed. In that same front area, we actually installed another electric gate so that really most of the traffic would come off Rio Grande, park in between the structure and there's a wall in Rio Grande, exit with another electric gate back on Rio Grande. So they would actually, I'd say 4 of the 6 cars, that's where they would park. If they went down further, there's an electric gate in.
Pretty much the answer is yes.
Yes, well, I mean, did you want a description or do you just want the answer?
Well, I just would like to know that you're in support of making that, you know, kind of a priority for your guests that stay.
Yes, we've installed 4 electric gates to make it a priority, in and out.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I needed to know.
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
What about the signage on the road?
Yes, we are going to put signs, no trespassing past a certain point with a turnaround, and we've already started with the gravel to make a turnaround in that.
Just to kind of delineate it, like beyond this point, you know, private property respect, and to kind of delineate a turn because it's pretty wide, so it's, I mean, when we go there, we don't ever go down and don't have a problem turning.
Can you please talk in the
Sorry.
microphone?
I was just gonna say, just delineate it visually with some gravel and, you know, turn around, private property, please do not go beyond. Because it's a very wide space that someone could do that easily. And I think most people prefer that just because most people just wanna kind of exit instead of, sure. But yes, the answer is yes. Okay, and I know another concern by some of your neighbors was this whole events concern of that there were going to be events held at the property. Are you removing that from the list that you provide for your guests?
Mayor, trustee, yes, we have.
Okay, so that
We've removed that from the book, the owner's book, or is it, yeah.
that terminology, yes, and anything to do with that, yes. Okay. I think that is all the questions that I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, trustee Lewis.
I have no questions, Mr. Mayor.
Trustee Radnovich.
I think trustee Pacheco asked all of the questions I was going to ask. Let me just quickly scan that. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Kiko. One of the comments that was made by one of the neighbors in their written comments was that there are 4 buildings on the site and they're over 2,000 square feet, which exceeds the 1,000 square foot limit. That's basically grandfathered in, is it not?
Mayor Trustee Radnovich, it's my understanding that it is.
That's what I thought. It looked like, let's see. One other comment I wanted to make, just to sort of put it out there. Covenants and restrictions, CCRs and those kinds of things aren't really legally binding. Isn't that correct? And maybe that's a question for our attorney. I noticed that one of the, sorry to surprise you with that.
Mayor, Trustee Radovich, they are legally binding. The issue would be whether they're legally enforceable by the village.
I see.
They're not legally enforceable by the village. They would be legally enforceable by the property owners or those who have an interest or are bound by those covenants.
So the property owners would have to enforce them.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's what I was getting at. I think I have no more questions, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. We now move to item B, PP 22-01A, a request by Chavez Guadalupe LLC for approval of a pilot project proposal as allowed by Section 9.2.27 for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. The property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest and is legally known as certain tracts of land known and described as tracts 35A2A, 36A1E2, 36A1F, 36A2E2, 36A2F, 36A3E2, and 36A3F, as shown on map number 29 of the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District within the projected Section 29, Township 11, Range 3 East, New Mexico Principal Meridian, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The property contains 9.26 acres, more or less. This item of business was deferred at the August 10th, 2022 meeting to November 9th, 2022. After the initial meeting in June, the applicant met with residents. Based on those meetings, the application has been amended. I would like to ask each trustee for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Lewis.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
None.
Before we start, I would like to go over the order of quasi-judicial proceedings. All interested parties wishing to testify as a proponent, opponent, or otherwise will be sworn in by the village attorney prior to giving testimony and identify themselves at the appropriate time. Testimony shall be limited to the matter that is relevant to the hearing. First, the report will be provided by staff. The applicant will then be given the opportunity to speak and will be given 15 minutes. All persons who signed up prior to the deadline to testify will be called in the following order: those in favor of the application, those in opposition of the application, those speaking otherwise. If any individual signed up to speak after the deadline, we will then allow an additional 30 minutes of time. However, once we reach this time limit, no more testimony will be allowed. All persons speaking will state their name and address in a clear manner and will have 2 minutes to testify. There is no transferring of time to another individual, as this is a public hearing and each person providing testimony will need to be sworn in. I want to remind you that this is not a question and answer session. This is your opportunity to support, oppose, or provide testimony germane to the application. The applicant will then be given 5 minutes for rebuttal. The governing body will be given an opportunity to ask questions. After all the evidence is heard, the floor will be closed for comments. I will then entertain a motion. These proceedings will be conducted in a professional and civil manner. Let's begin. All participants wishing to speak on this item, please stand. Attorney Flores, please swear in those standing and those who are participating remotely.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Director, Planning and Director Rubin, please present the report.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. The item before you is a pilot project proposal for a conservation development as allowed by 9.2.27 for a residential development located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. The application was originally heard at the June 8th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting. The item was deferred to the August 10th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting and was subsequently deferred to the November 9th, 2022 meeting tonight. Following the August 10th meeting, the applicant has amended the application to reduce the residential lots being requested from 21 to 16 and is no longer requesting any deviations from the village code requirements. There is currently one single-family dwelling on the property, which would be preserved, and 4 casitas, which would remain at this time. The 16 lots range in size from 0.31 to 0.43 acres, averaging 0.36 acres. The total floor area ratio, FAR, that could be developed on the site under this application is 71,223.74 square feet. The amended request would include 2.49 acres of dedicated land for agriculture and conservation, totaling 30.4% of the net acreage above the 30% required. If approved, the applicant will be required to go through the site development plan, major subdivision, and conservation development standards permit process, which could occur simultaneously. In these processes, the application would go before the Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Trustees for several more public hearings before the applicant could subdivide or obtain building permits. Several letters arrived after the packet was published, and they have been distributed to the trustees. Staff finds that the application meets the requirements of the village code and is in alignment with the goals, policies, and objectives as detailed of the master plan as detailed in the planning report. The department recommends approval of PP 2201 with the findings and conditions identified in the planning report. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Before we get to questions, I need to move to public testimony and Mr. Long. Mr. Long, will you please approach the podium? Please state your name and address. Sorry. For the record, you have 15 minutes to present your application.
Good evening, Mayor, Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My address is 6681 Guadalupe Trail. So I live just very near this particular development site that we're going to be speaking about this evening. Mayor, as you stated earlier, I did have a chance to meet with folks after our very spirited conversation back in June, where we shared thoughts and ideas and concerns about the project. I held 2 meetings that were attended by approximately 50 residents. We invited every single person that came and spoke in opposition of the project and those that came in support of the project to attend those meetings. Based on those meetings, we received tremendous feedback. We had great dialogue that allowed us to really revisit the plan. And as such, we've made the amendments that are presented to you this evening. There are significant changes that we've made to the plan. And we have up on the screen here the new plan that shows the new lot layout, which now has been reduced to 16 lots from 21 lots. We have substantially increased the open space. So we have almost 2.5 acres now of open space that beautifully surrounds the site. This is open space that's going to pretty much be left undisturbed. We want to continue to encourage the wildlife to
visit this site. We've spoken to experts from Bosque del Apache. They're confident that when this construction is finished, that wildlife will return to this location. And that was a very important aspect of the project, to make sure that that corner is preserved. We all love that particular corner. We love the wildlife. We love viewing the sandhill cranes. And that was a very important part of this project. So by increasing the open space to 2.5 acres, 30% of this open space on this entire project is now dedicated to open space. So we're very excited, to be able to offer that. We have modified our plan, so we have no requests for any variances. As you recall, maybe in the first meeting, we did have some variance requests. In this modified application, there are none. So we're very excited to be able to offer a plan that is fully supported by the 2035 master plan, as well as the requirements of the special project ordinance, without any exceptions whatsoever. Some important features of the plan: we recognize that our community, our village here, needs an opportunity to have alternative housing solutions. And so this is a project.
Let's be civil, please. Go ahead, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. We do feel that it is important to offer alternative housing selections. Right now, the 1 acre zoning requirement, really encourages very large homes. As those of us who are aging and wish to downsize to a smaller residence, we don't have a lot of options. In fact, there are very few, if any, in our village today. So it was important to consider that. As you know, this 2.5 acres of open space is not going to cost the village anything. And congratulations on your open space bond issue that was approved. But that money can go to other priority projects. This 2.5 acres will not cost our village 1 penny. So it's being provided to you. This particular project will permit single-story homes only. That will be part of our covenants and restrictions. The character of these homes will reflect the style that we have throughout our village. So it's going to be very much in harmony with the style and look and feel of our village. Our road throughout the development that you see here on this plan is a very rural street style road. The perfect example of this is at Los Prados de Guadalupe, just north of this site. It's modeled exactly on that particular road style. So it's quite charming. It's very rural in character. It doesn't have traditional curb and gutter streets. It's just a very beautiful rural road design with actual trees on the road on the side, but places in between the trees for people to park. So I think it's going to be very, very beautiful. This project will generate approximately $250,000 annually to the village in new property taxes. I'm sure that those taxes can be put to use for services to the village. So I think that's very important. And the density that we have for this project is 1.7 units per acre. So if we could change the slide here to the next one. Sure. Our site here is shown in yellow. Immediately to the east of our site, you'll see red, and to the south, you'll also see red. Those are projects that already have zoning and have been built out, and the zoning on those projects is 3 and 4 units respectively. Our project is 1.7 units per acre. If you look further to the east to the green, that is 2 units per acre. You can also see a red on Guadalupe Trail at 9 units per acre. So we have created some fairly dense development in this particular area. And blue is our traditional 1 acre zoning per lot. So this is kind of a transitional area right here. You're already seeing significant densities already occurring in this particular area. But the 1.7 that we're proposing, we think, is a very nice compromise to the overall density of this particular area. Lastly, our traffic volume, we have 5 dwelling units. We're adding 9 more, so we're adding traffic of just a very insignificant amount that will be generated from those 9 lots. It's less than 2% of traffic impact to Guadalupe Trail, so we feel it's a fairly negligible number. Well, in summary, we feel like this project has complied with the 2035 master plan. The project has complied with our special project ordinance. Tonight, the project has received the support and approval of the village planner. So we feel like this is a project that is necessary for our community at this point in time to consider other important housing alternatives. I thank you for the opportunity to present this plan to you, the opportunity you provided me to meet with residents, to hear their objections, to address those objections, and to be able to come back this evening and present a plan that I think is an extraordinary plan. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Well, before we get to your rebuttal and any questions which will follow, we're going to move on to individuals who signed up prior. Danielle, please call up any individuals who signed up prior wishing to testify in favor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and trustees, our first proponent is Luann Bird. Please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Luann Bird. I live at 4634 Orchards Court. Thank you for this opportunity. My husband and I love this village. We love Los Ranchos and the character. While we enjoy the rural character of our village, we recognize the need to achieve housing diversity in this village. The idea of only having large homes and large estates, large 1 acres, seems contradictory to the diversity of the village. As a 19th generation New Mexican, I feel it's so important that we continue to offer housing alternatives and not force the village to limit itself to one type of housing solution and demographics. Los Ranchos should not become a Tanawan community of the West, but this is what it will become if we don't permit diversity. The project presented for approval by Jim Long and his colleagues is exactly what I think we need in our village. It's not only beautifully designed, but it responds perfectly to the master plan and, frankly, housing diversity that's needed in our community. In the entire village of 7,000 homes, we only have one single project, the 19-lot Prado de los Guadalupe development that has a similar characteristics. The trade-off of permitting more density for visible open space seems obvious to me. As everyone is aware, the current zoning allows 9 homes to be built without any space and no sense of community like the adjoining housing developments to the west. For the village to receive nearly 2.5 acres of free open space that is visible for all of us to enjoy, the trade-off of permitting six homes on the site seems like an easy decision to me. I also love the fact that the open space will continue to attract wildlife. I know there's been erroneous information spread in the community that suggests that this development project,
Excuse me, can you finish your thought? Your time has expired.
Oh, man. Well, this is important to me. I hope that younger families can have an opportunity to live in this beautiful place, raise their families here, become great neighbors, and caretakers like we are of this beautiful community.
Sorry.
Please vote yes. Thank you.
Danielle, continue.
Thank you. Cheryl Budiger.
Mayor, trustees, my name is Michael Budiger, Cheryl Budiger. We live at 4610 Rio Grande Lane, Los Ranchos. We also have a fixer-upper that we're working on approximately, half a block or a block away from this project at 818 Mullen Road. I'd like to request that the trustees and the mayor approve this project. It, as has been already said, it's a beautiful project. They're giving free property to the village right at the most visible portion of Guadalupe Trail and Chavez Road. The project, I believe, will increase the property values in the area. It'll allow additional density. It will provide some additional taxes to the village. And I think it goes without saying that this is a beautiful project. I've known Jim for a long time. He's a native New Mexican. Everything he has ever done has been to the benefit of New Mexico and the community in New Mexico. So I'd like to ask that the village and to please consider allowing somebody to try to better the neighborhood a little bit.
Danielle, continue.
Al Lopez.
Mr. Mayor, trustee, I live at 5401 Eeks Road. I've lived there for 20 years. I've gone by this property every day for 20 years on the way to work, and I really enjoy the wildlife that's been on this property. And that's going to remain with the 2.5 acres. We have, there's 2.5 acres next to the property I own. They're building a new house there, and the sand cranes have been there. They just come to the same place every year. I think it's taking a look at some of the projects that Mr. Long has been involved with, and has, from the Chaco Hotel to the Sawmill Market, all that has been such an improvement here. You take a look at Rio Grande Boulevard. I come down that on my way back from work, and there's so many homes. I bet you 20 or 30 homes that have been renovated in that area, and many homes have been infilled. It looks beautiful there. I just think this is a beautiful, wonderful project, and I think it's a great blessing to have someone like Jim Long, you know, in charge of this project. Now, whether this project is approved, and I think it will, I hope it will be, sooner or later, that acreage is going to be built upon. And here we have someone that's planning such an incredible type of project for it. So, you're all going to be in charge here for the next 10, 15, 20 years. But who knows? But 30 years from now, someone can approve 9 units, per acre. I just think it seems really good that we ought to consider very favorably this project. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Paige Lepore.
Am I holding this? Okay. This isn't against my time when I'm trying to do this. I just want to know, because I don't know. How does it work? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, trustees, everyone. My name is Paige Lepore. I live at 6691 Guadalupe Trail, just 5 houses north of the Chavez Guadalupe project. My husband and I have been residents of this village for over 17 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. Regardless of whether you are for or against this project, we are all here because we share a love and a passion for the village and the life that we have forged within this unique community. Furthermore, I appreciate this forum, which allows each of us to express our feelings in a respectful and safe environment. I am very familiar with the works of Jim Long and his colleagues. His projects are always carefully thought out, and they add significant beauty and benefit to the surrounding community and to the state of New Mexico. I am very glad to see this project become developed by someone that has been a resident of the village himself and his family for the past 25 years, because that means he fully understands the uniqueness of this community. I'm excited to see it come to fruition. My parents decided to move to New Mexico in 2009 to be closer to us. They were unable to find anything that was reasonably affordable that they were able to maintain. And So they lived with us for 13 years. My dad passed away a few months ago, and my mom 2 years prior to that. They loved the village, and had they seen this site plan, they would have been delighted to move here and be a part of this site plan. Should my husband and I at some point wish to downsize, I would be delighted to move to this site plan. And moving to the next page. Okay. I have reviewed the amended design. I think it's beautiful. It offers the visible open space that we all love. The habitat will remain for the birds. They will come back. We will continue to see it as we go to and fro. And in contrast, there are other developments very nearby that are walled-in communities.
Can you please finish your thought? Your
Yes.
time has expired.
This is not a walled-in community, and even though the covenants would allow it to be walled-in, he's chosen not to do that. And I, for one, strongly support the project and am proud to support it. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Mr. Budiger, I had you listed on the sheet, but you already spoke, so would Ms. Budiger wish to speak at this time? Thank you. Tina Otney?
My name is Tina Otney, and I have lived in Los Ranchos for 6 years, but in the North Valley for over 40. I am greatly concerned about our very special village becoming a place that not only welcomes large housing developments. Our current requirement of 1 acre lot sizes only encourages large estate homes to be built throughout our village. High land prices are driving larger home development. Our village is beginning to lose its unique, diverse character. As a 68-year-old senior citizen, I know many of the aging population seek to live on smaller, more manageable lots, which are also more appealing for populations of all ages looking to move into our village. As the overall village population ages, the current housing stock is not varied enough to accommodate the changing needs of our community. Change is already occurring in the village, but today the village is not providing housing solutions for the population of senior citizens or young professionals to be able to reside in this community. While change can be difficult, I don't think you can be afraid of well-directed change that achieves community advancement. Progress without change is simply not possible. Today, our village schools are having to bus children from outside Los Ranchos to stay open. Besides addressing our aging village population, we also need to address younger families moving into the village so we can become a thriving community. The current N1 zoning encourages development surrounded by tall walls with no viewable open space. You can see plenty of such examples of this in projects throughout Los Ranchos. The proposed plan provides 2.5 acres of free open space for the village. There's even going to be a...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay. I encourage and urge the trustees to please vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Monique Salazar? Monique? Crystal? If you would please approach the podium, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Crystal Conine. I live at 9717 San Bernardino Drive Northeast. I'm a former resident of Los Ranchos, lived here for 7 very happy years. I'm very much in support of this project. It was a difficult decision for me and my family to leave the village. We had a lot of sentimental ties here, a lot of very close friends. My husband proposed to me here. We brought our baby home from the hospital here, so love this place. We left because we wanted to build a new home on a smaller size lot. Building a house on a 1 acre lot, which is required under the current zoning, as we know, didn't meet our family needs and was really, in all honesty, quite overwhelming. My family would love to come back to the village. The proposed Chavez Guadalupe project would be ideal for our family. My husband and I are busy professionals. with young child, and we love the idea of a smaller house and smaller lots. There are few, if any, alternatives in the village for young professionals that are searching for this type of a housing solution. This project is perfect from a unique urban planning perspective, the large open space created in the community garden. This is exactly the kind of neighborly environment that we would love to raise our little daughter in. I know she would love seeing the sandhill cranes and other migratory birds that frequent the location, as well as growing vegetables in the community garden. The journey at Sequia is perfect for our family walks. The slow traffic through the development would be perfect for my little girl to learn how to ride her bike on. We feel very safe and secure. We would feel very safe and secure in this type of neighborhood. This is a housing development that is not just perfect for the village, but really a great model for the city of Albuquerque to follow. So I strongly encourage the trustees to approve this. I thank you for your time.
Danielle, please continue.
Greg Lepore.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, thank you for all the wonderful work you do for us in this wonderful village. I really appreciate it. My name is Greg Lepore, and I'm a resident at 6691 Guadalupe Trail. My wife and I have been a resident here in the village for over 17 years. And I'm here today to express my support for the Chavez Guadalupe project. This project is an innovative project that's not only beautiful in its design, but it clearly meets all the objectives of the 2035 Village Master Plan and the Special Project Ordinance. I think it is wonderful that the developer has listened to our residents' concerns and has made significant changes to the plan to accommodate all the concerns. This project creates a model design for the village that not only preserves the open space, but it also maintains the unique village character and architecture, urban planning, and rural street design. And it's great that nearly 2.5 acres of the open space is being contributed without any cost to our village, free. While the Open Space Fund bond is a great instrument for future open space acquisitions, there are many other priority sites in the village that those monies should be used for. I look forward to the project coming to fruition, and I ask that you fully support the project. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Ms. Nancy Abeta.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nancy Abeta, and my husband and my 3 daughters are not current Los Ranchos residents, but we are fringers, and we reside in Dietz Farms. Prior to moving to Dietz, we lived down the road on Guadalupe Trail for over 10 years. While we might not be proper residents, we have deep roots in the village that go back 4 or 5 generations. So we share a passion for the preservation of this special community, and much like Crystal, I brought my children home in this community, and I will too share in my voice cracking to think about those special times here. And so I'm here today to speak in support of the Chavez Guadalupe project. What's appealing to us, my husband and I, about this project is that it's creating a much needed housing diversity for the village. The current zoning, as you've heard, is creating kind of this McMansion feel in the village. And the diversity, we aren't seeing quite as much diversity. Today, the high land prices in the village require parties to build large homes in the 1 acre lots. For this, I'm concerned that we may be pushing out families like ours that have resided on this land for centuries. The Abetas were a prime example of Hispanic families who constructed additional dwelling units on their land as the family unit expanded. The family land off of Rio Grande in El Pueblo was the birthplace of my husband's great-grandfather, grandfather, father, uncles, cousins, and the family proudly tended to over 10 acres and 6 buildings for generations. That type of cluster housing, which is a true village precedent, is no longer permitted under the 1970s zoning codes. Los Ranchos cannot become Tanawan of the West or a version of North Albuquerque Acres. That way of life is not true to our identity and does not pay homage to our past. We want to maintain the village charm and character, where people of all walks of life enjoy the diversity and respect and beauty of this slower pace. For that, I am out of time, I realize.
Sorry, your time has expired.
But I am in favor of this wonderful project by a wonderful New Mexican who truly cares for the village.
Ms.
Thank you.
Abita, before you step away, would you please confirm your address?
Yes, 4115 Ravenwood Place.
Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Alan Bell?
My name is Alan Bell. I live at 348 Rome Lane in Corrales. And I'll have to say that I've lived in this valley all of my adult life, off North Guadalupe Trail, off Rio Grande Boulevard, and I currently reside on some acreage in Corrales and have for the last 30 plus years. I'm here to express my support for the Chavez Guadalupe project. And I'm supportive of it in large part because my wife and I have reached a point in our lives where we're ready to simplify and pass the irrigating and the mowing and the tree trimming and maintaining a large home as we do in Corrales to the next generation. This project would provide us with our desire for a smaller property in an intimate community while still enjoying the elements of the valley that we love, the open space for wildlife, the access to the acequia for walking. And it would be, we think, in a thoughtfully designed development. We've looked and there are no comparables. Another factor that draws us to the Chavez Guadalupe project is the developer. Anyone who has experienced Hotel Chaco or Sawmill Market can see for themselves that Jim Long has demonstrated a talent for bold, original solutions and first-rate execution. This project is another bold, original solution. The cluster housing and open space concept adds diversity to the ways that people can live in the village while preserving iconic open space for everyone to enjoy at no cost to the community. I look forward to the project coming to fruition, and I ask the council to fully support and vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Matt Finkelstein?
Hi, good evening, trustees and Mr. Mayor. My name is Matt Finkelstein. I live with my wife Karen and our 3 young children, along with I said I live with my wife Karen, my 3 younger children, and my dad at 5431 Eakes Road here in the village. We've been here for 13 years and we'll probably be here for at least the next 20. I drive by this project every morning on the way to work, this space, and I know we all do love the pastoral quality of what we have here in Los Ranchos and understand change is difficult and changing views are as well. What I absolutely support the project and Mr. Long and all of the comments that have gone before. What I'd like to say is that this is sort of the exact project that's called for by the master plan and the special ordinance and meets all the requirements. It meets with zoning, it's clustered, it puts open space on the front of the land, it considers all of the things that we need to consider with regard to having a modern development and meeting the needs of the community. On a personal note, and similar things have been mentioned, my mom passed away about 18 months ago. My dad was living with her around the corner from us in a large adobe on a single-acre parcel. I feel very fortunate and blessed that he was able to move in with us. However, one of those factors was that there was nothing near that we could put him in that was manageable. So we're happy to have him. I'm happy to have him with us. However, had this been available at the time, it would have been a great consideration. So I pray you all will support the project and we can move forward.
Danielle, please continue.
Shelby Stringer. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. My name is Shelby Stringer, and I am a resident of 7201 Lesland Drive, Northeast. First off, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts about the Chavez Guadalupe project. As a single working professional woman, I can only dream about living in the village of Los Ranchos. As you can tell with the NE at the end of my address, I am currently not a resident. This project represents what I'm currently seeking for my future home. I love all the aspects of the project, including that cluster style life housing where it makes me feel safe knowing my neighbors are close by. Living in a beautiful open space where I can go on a walk, enjoy the cranes coming in, I can take my dog, see my neighbors, ride a bicycle. It's a great feeling to know I can have that in this kind of community, which I don't get so much in mine. The garden community, knowing I could have that kind of aspect and I can go to my neighbor and get to know my neighbor is something I don't have where I currently am located. The adjacent Acequia walking trails right outside my door, I don't have that either. I have to drive far just to even get to a foothill. This kind of project is perfect for a single woman professional like myself. The project is unique and unlike anything I've found here in Albuquerque. This is beautifully designed community that I find very appealing, and I would love to reside in a community like this. This project is an example of just the type of development that is necessary to attract young professionals like myself to this kind of area. I strongly encourage the village trustees to approve this plan. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Mr. Steve Maestas. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. Thank you for your service. My name is Steve Maestas. I reside at 6724 Rio Grande here in Los Ranchos. I've been a resident of this community for a couple of decades. I've reviewed the initial application as well as the modifications that Mr. Long has made. And I think his adjustments have been quite thoughtful and very reflective of our community. I say this because there are 4 distinct characteristics that I think are quite important to us. First, it offers the open space which we heard about. 30% of this project will be visible to us as we go up and down Chavez or Guadalupe. That's an extraordinary amount of space and very important to all of us who love the village. Second, we retain the Nat Kaplan home and the structures. I think that's very important to our community. Talks about our history. He had a very big influence on our community. I think the architectural styles, the rural street that you heard Mr. Long and others talk about are very reflective of the character and the charm of the village. I think that's very much part of why we all live here. And I think the density is something that's really important. That was articulated very clearly earlier. The 1.7 units per acre, I think, is a very thoughtful balance. You heard about 9 units close by, 3 and 4 units per acre. This 1.7 unit seems to have a nice balance, and it seems to flow with this location. So if you think about it, we village residents spent a year with your body and others participating in the creation, the preparation of the master plan, the 2035 master plan. This project reflects that master plan. We have gone through and done the work early on. This also is very reflective of the special project ordinance. If you look at the housing, whether we recognize it or not, we do have a housing crisis in this community, and this project addresses that need. And it's a need that's going to continue to get greater in our community.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
My last thought would be simply that if you look at the other Jim Long projects in this community, you will see he builds with character, quality, and great investment, which makes the communities and their neighborhoods better. Thank you for your...
Thank you. Danielle, please continue.
Dr. Steve Padilla. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor and trustees, my name is Steve Padilla. I'm a semi-retired physician, currently reside at 6628 Casa Loma in Albuquerque, not in the village of Los Ranchos. I am here to express my support for the Chavez Guadalupe project. I am familiar with the project and its design. This project interests me because this is a project and a location that I am looking for to build a future home in your community. It is well designed, it's unique, has open space, access to walking trails, and a community garden. I value its unique plan, which I believe is consistent with the village of Los Ranchos lifestyle. The project is well thought out. It exceeds any currently existing residential project in the Albuquerque area. In addition, in my search of properties throughout the village of Los Ranchos, I found no or very few choices that compare with what can be offered by this project. I look forward to the project's completion with the hope of joining your community, and I ask for your full support in its development. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Susan Fail, or File, I'm sorry if I mispronounced Susan. Okay, let's go on to Dominic Serna.
Hi there, and thank you guys for having me. I'm Dominic Serna. My wife, daughter, and I live at 980 Bonita Rosas in the village of Los Ranchos. I'm here in support of the project today because as a real estate agent, I feel this project really fills a void in the community. We have so many clients and friends who live in large homes on large acreage in Tinnen Farms, Caballero, Los Poblanos Orchards, Los Poblanos Estates, who would very, very much like the ability to downsize in size of home and land, but not in quality, and would love to stay in the village. And I think that this project is beautifully executed and very much fills the need in the community to keep some of the residents in Los Ranchos, in smaller homes, on smaller parcels that are more manageable as they age in place. That's it.
Danielle, please continue.
Mayor and trustees, at this time, that concludes the individuals who signed up previously. I know that, sir.
We're moving, we're about to
I'm
move to that.
sorry. Can you hold on 1 second?
Danielle, please call up those that signed up prior to testify in opposition.
No, I'd like to be on the support side. Yes, I apologize, but you didn't sign up for the pro, right? You didn't sign up for the support, right?
However, Juan, please let me interject here. We are going to allow an additional 30 minutes, so if you are willing to wait for that additional 30 minutes, you will be called. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Mayor and,
Danielle, please, go
Mayor
ahead.
and trustees, we are now going to go to the individuals who signed up prior in opposition. So I'm going to call you up to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Mr. Eves, I did have you signed up prior under opposition, but at the end of this section, we'll go ahead and have you speak, okay?
Yes.
No, not now.
Not now.
After.
After, please, allow us the process. Yes, we'll take care of that.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Armstrong.
Mayor, trustees, my name is Andrew Armstrong. I live at 6504 Avenida La Cuchilla Northwest. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to reiterate a point that was made in the original hearing on this proposal, and that it is predicated on spot zoning, which is being deemed impermissible by the New Mexico State Supreme Court. In the City of Albuquerque versus Paradise Hill Special Zoning District Commission, the New Mexico Supreme Court defines spot zoning as an attempt to wrench a single lot from its environment and give it a new rating that disturbs the tenor of the neighborhood, and which affects the use of a particular piece of property or a small group of adjoining properties and is not related to a general plan to the community as a whole, but is primarily for the private interest of the owner of the property so zoned. That describes what this project is, green obfuscation notwithstanding. I don't believe any court will be receptive to a municipality trying to do an end around the state Supreme Court by granting themselves plenary zoning power, nor do I feel that any court will be sympathetic to the argument that this cluster of McMansions is within the tenor of the semi-rural neighborhood that surrounds it. This proposal has vehement, standing opposition by your constituency. It will also not survive its inevitable legal challenge. This is a poison pill. I urge you to refuse it. Thank you.
Mr. Hank Kelly.
Mayor Lopez, trustees, Hank Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. First, the numerous statements made at the first hearing in June on this application and in subsequent meetings and at the town hall meeting have not been included in your meeting packet as a part of the record of this hearing. All prior submissions concerning this application must be included in the official record of this hearing. Last summer, very few of us knew the history of Ordinance 284, the so-called pilot conservation ordinance. We now know that the primary drafter of the pilot ordinance is a key consultant to the applicant, who, according to Ms. Justice's comments to this board, was the major contributor to the content of the ordinance. We know also that if you approve this application today, your decision will be final on two critical elements: housing density and the location and quality of the open space. Neither the P&Z or this body on any subsequent appeal will be able to reduce the number of housing units or change the open space. So this is a final decision. We know that the pilot project overlay of the Guadalupe Trail character area is justified solely by reference to the master plan, not by unique facts that generally justify overlay zoning. And that the ordinance was drafted largely by the developer to permit this developer to pick this site to avoid A1 density requirements. We know that absolutely no public input has been permitted about whether the site plan, the housing density, and the conservation area are in the public interest. These are critical issues that were determined mechanically pursuant to the pilot
I'm sorry, your
ordinance.
time has expired.
The application is not in our interests, and it is your duty to deny it.
Danielle,
Marcia
please
Adams.
continue.
Marcia Adams.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. My name is Marcia Adams. I live at 1008 Acequia Trail, right off Rio Grande, across from the new B&B that you just approved. I've been a resident of Los Ranchos for the past 17 years in a Nat Kaplan Adobe, very charming street right off of Rio Grande. I'm also a real estate broker, have been for 20 years, and I've sold many high-end homes, including that one on Rio Grande, in the past years. Also, I deal in high-end properties in Santa Fe. I put, there's a letter in your packet, included in your packet, that I want you all to please read, because in my opinion, the people who come to Los Ranchos to buy homes want the open space. They want the rural character. And what I hear about Tanauan, this project seems more like Tanauan, a closed-off community, rather than what we have now. We also have many large parcels of land that could be developed in this same way if this pilot project goes through and is approved, which would totally change our character. And I don't want to see that, and neither do many of the residents of Los Ranchos. So in my opinion, I think if you pass this ordinance, our property values are going to decrease. We aren't going to be as desirable to people. And this process has denied everyone except the developer any meaningful opportunity to participate. And it's limited the new planning director to checking the mandatory boxes that it fits. We feel like we've been denied due process, an essential required element of these quasi-judicial proceedings. I thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We're going to turn to Zoom. Kiko, would you please allow Ms. Emily Cedarholm in?
Yes, stand by.
Oops, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and trustees. I have some problems with this because one question that came up for me before is that whether it's...
Can you please state your name and address
I'm
for the
so
record,
sorry.
please?
Thank you for reminding me. My name is Emily Cedarholm. I reside at 617 El Paraíso Road, Northwest, Los Ranchos.
Go ahead.
So my question is it still the homes and a casita? I don't know if you can answer this now, because if it's 16 homes plus a casita attached to it, that's really 32 homes. That doubles how many people can live there. I also wanted to address, I think Jim Long said that it was helping wildlife, or somebody said that. And actually it isn't, because it's taking their water. It's taking our water. The Rio Grande is drying up right before our eyes, and you want to add more development. This water issue is really, really serious. I don't believe we have a housing issue. It seems to me that there's housing all over the place. Every time you turn around, there's more development in Albuquerque. Let's see, I lost my someone mentioned also about the traffic. The traffic is really a huge issue. Someone mentioned having their kids ride their bike in a safe environment. There's kids in my neighborhood who cannot ride their bikes because there's so much traffic now. So water is an issue, traffic is already an issue. Before my time is up, I just want to say really briefly, I wish that you had sold that other property at 4th and Osuna to Jim Long instead, although I have a feeling I think he's involved, but he could have made that much prettier than I think what's being proposed at this moment. And one more thing about being in the neighborhood, Jim Long, you and I are neighbors. I walk by your house every morning practically and early in the evening, and I have never seen you outside of your house. Maybe you've driven by, but that's about it.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Ms. Jennifer Kiefer.
Please continue.
Good evening. Jennifer Kiefer, 722 Mullen Road. Mayor and trustees, thank you for your time this evening. We've heard a lot of emotional speeches with a lot of opinions, and I'm very emotional about this project. However, I want this written speech to address facts, which is what we should expect our elected officials to consider. I oppose the application at Chavez and Guadalupe Trail because it is planned from a poorly written conservation development pilot project plan. The ordinance that is supposed to help conserve property did exactly the opposite and encouraged high-density housing with minimal conservation. A thought-out conservation project should provide at least 50 to 60% of the space for conservation for an additional 25% housing allowance over the existing zoning, in this case, A1. There is also a question of the legality of the plan as written and its infringement on property owners' rights with spot zoning. This has been mentioned in multiple trustee meetings, and no one seems to be addressing the issue. This entire process has effectively denied everyone except the developer any meaningful opportunity to participate and has limited your new planning director to arbitrarily just checking compliance boxes provided in this awful ordinance. I applaud and thank Mr. Long for listening to the residents and reducing the density to comply with the ordinance, but that does not negate the fact that it is poorly written and infringes on property rights. It continues to expose the village to future litigation. Let me remind you that the ordinance specifically says, quote, "The Board of Trustees reserves the right to reject any conservation development project that does not adequately represent the village in conformance with the 2035 master plan." It was made loud and clear in last night's votes that 82% of the village residents appreciate and want open space. I hope you're listening tonight. This application needs to be denied.
Mr. Joe Craig.
Danielle, please continue.
Mr. Joe Craig.
Thank you, Mayor. Trustees, my name is Joe Craig. I live at 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. Our village was founded in 1958 to prevent exactly what is going on here. The city of Albuquerque was doing urbanization of our property. We were formed to preserve the rural atmosphere. I've listened to the folks talking in favor of Mr. Long's project. Not one of them mentioned conservation or pilot. This is a conservation pilot project that we heard back a year ago. Sounds great, but it is not a conservation project. It is not as it looks now, it is not a pilot project. And if you approve this, you create a precedent, which I believe is very dangerous. We've had no input. Dr. David Malman, who is a wildlife expert, he has sent a letter to you. This does not preserve the wildlife that is there. It is a subdivision. I mean, simple and plain and simple, it's a subdivision. I would urge you not to pass this. Please don't create the precedent. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Mr. Charles Eberly. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
I am Dr. Charles Eberly. Formerly, I lived on the northeast corner of Guadalupe Trail and Chavez, and now I live in 6501 Miyuki Court, Northwest. I need to put on my glasses. The master plan of 2035 approved by the Board of Trustees, and as I understand it, earlier this year, with the assistance of Jim Long and his associates, modified it to include a conservation project that was approved by the board this year. The goal of the master plan was to preserve a semi-rural village identity and the character of architecture, agriculture, village history, and natural environment, open spaces, vistas, and canopy with its core. Relatively low density and diversified residential land use, density and intensity of the village commercial development appropriate to the village needs, primarily focused on 4th Street, continued agricultural uses, and preservation of historical and archaeological features and traditional land use patterns to protect and enhance the natural environment. The Guadalupe Trail area is supposed to be traditional earlier habitations with earlier forms of property ownership, long narrow lots, and agricultural activity. The unique open space on the trail is at the corner of Guadalupe and Chavez, the proposed site of the Long proposal. His proposal includes a conservation component, which is the justification for the collateral increased density of 15 units in the area of approximately 8 acres. The road connecting the development at Chavez is on the western edge of the area, cutting out some of the green open space for conservation, leaving less than 20% of the proposed project that might be considered true conservation. When the active families living in the development area and the roads heading in and out are factored in, it is unlikely that any real conservation will be affected.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
The density is incompatible with Zone A1 and likely to affect property values in Chavez. This proposal, in my opinion, is a sham and should be denied approval.
Danielle, please continue.
Ms. Jane Silverstone.
Yeah, I'm Jane Silverstone. I live at 620 El Paraíso Northwest. My family's lived across the street from this property for the last 27 years. Pilot projects are generally either small scale or temporary in nature to test feasibility before scaling up to something that becomes more permanent. The Chavez Guadalupe proposal represents development that's neither temporary nor small scale. In fact, it's a deeply unpopular proposal with irrevocable results. There's no going back once this is developed. I don't need to reiterate everything that everybody else has already said. This is not conservation. But what I would like to say is that we all woke up this morning to read about the open space bond passing with 82% of the vote. That is a mandate. And I would urge you not to vote in favor of this proposal tonight, particularly since one trustee is missing, but to really take a step back now that that bond issue has passed and find a way to save, if not this entire piece of land, at least half of it. This is a very special property. It's at an important gateway into the village. I see non-village residents, people from out of state, stopping their cars all the time to sit and watch the cranes there. This is what we want for open space. We don't want it behind a fence that only belongs to the residents of a subdivision. Please don't approve this today. Take time to think about the passage of that bond issue and make a smarter decision. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Mr. Randy McKee. Thank you for that, Loretta. Let's check.
Good evening, I'm Randy. I was sworn in earlier. Good evening, I'm Randy McKee. I live at 749 Chavez Road Northwest, just north of the development. I'm here tonight on Zoom and not in person. I wish I could be there with the honorable villagers who are all in opposition to this high-density development. I am vigorously opposed to this development, and for many reasons. Foremost in the reasons is that you will be placing significant financial and emotional hardship on the villagers that own property in this great rural retreat. First, financially, if you approve this development, you will be forcing many of the villagers to pursue the legal restoration of their property rights as you spot zone areas where the zoning has been settled for many years. These villagers had expectations and trust that the homes and most likely their most valuable asset or investment was safe and secure in value and location prior to this. Your actions are plainly and simply spot zoning and have been struck down in communities across New Mexico. I reference Watson versus the Town Council of Bernalillo, dated back in 1991. Next is emotionally. From both the financial burden spent to defend their property rights while have to deal with a downturn in the economy, this is just not right. But also the emotional toll that will be taken on the village landmark as this space is removed of emerald green in the summer and refuge to wonderful wildlife year-round. This is one of the most iconic village spaces that the village of Los Ranchos is known for. Please preserve it. The conservation pilot program was ill-conceived, and by short-circuiting the planning and zoning process of the village, you remove the rights of appeal to the trustees and force the matter into the courts to get restitution. This is plain and simple bad government. Stop this now by not approving
McKee, your
this
time has expired.
development request. Wait until the ordinance can be fully reviewed and amended. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Ms. Linda McKee, if you want to go ahead and turn the camera over to you.
Oh, let me let him back in, I'm sorry. He disconnected.
Go ahead, Danielle, continue.
Mr. Tom Donilon, if you would, please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. My name is Tom Donilon. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. I just want to comment for people that are looking for places. We have 3 vacant lots in our neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. We know all our neighbors. It's a third of an acre. You can build a small house on it and have the diversity of housing if you want. There's lots of space on the other side of 4th Street and along the neighborhoods along 4th Street. But I want to speak to the issue that this is supposed to be a pilot project. And what I would think you would be doing is trying to set some goals, some boundaries as to what looks good, works for the village. And one of the things I turn to is just for getting open space, what's the exchange rate? And the master plan from 2020 had such a rate in it. It's been dropped in the 2030 and the 2035 plans, but it was in the 2020, which was if you give up 30% of your lot development, you get a bump of 30% of additional housing. So that in this case, they're giving up 30% and getting almost 80% increase in housing units. So that it would seem to be a much fairer to say, if you give up 30%, you get 30% more. If you give up 50%, you get 50% more. That would be a way of making that transaction of giving back and forth and go back to what was part of a master plan for the village to begin with. So I would urge you consider that as you consider this plan, and I would deny it as it stands. Thank you.
Pico, let's go back to Zoom and see if we can bring Ms. Linda McKee on.
Linda, I'm promoting you right now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I may have joined as a panelist. My apologies. Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Linda McKee. I am a village resident living at 749 Chavez Road, Northwest, Los Ranchos, across the street from this proposed project. I strongly oppose the Chavez Guadalupe Conservation Project. This is clearly spot zoning in the village. If the proposal is approved, it demonstrates that the trustees are tone deaf to the residents' concerns about the conservation ordinance. We, the residents, have made you aware that we reject these types of conservation pilot projects in their entirety. It has become clear to the village residents that the trustees favor developers who want to build anything in our community, from low-income rental units to high-density subdivisions. Residents who do not agree with this hyperdevelopment and who want to protect their property values are not valued. The village trustees have outdone themselves this year with the destruction of the east end of the Chavez Road by moving forward with the palindrome project. Approving this high-density project will add to that destruction, as this subdivision does not support conservation by any manner. The analysis by the P&Z director states that a traffic impact study is not required for this project since we don't meet the threshold. This analysis is clearly short-sighted as it focuses on the impact of just one rather than all the projects at the east end of Chavez. The village talks about studies but does not actually do anything to solve the problem. Once again, tonight, we kick the can down the road and wait for more data about traffic. What more do you need than the many residents' complaints over the last few years? When did we suddenly get concerned about costs to manage traffic on Chavez when we gave the palindrome project 12 acres of property for $1? The village government should be listening to and collaborating with residents. It's a shame that the only way the residents will be heard is through the legal system. I strongly oppose this high-density subdivision masquerading as a conservation pilot. Let's be thoughtful and remember what we value about the village. I hope you do the right thing and deny this application for a high-density subdivision. Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Mayor and trustees, at this time, we have concluded with all of the pre-registered individuals wishing to speak. We're going to go ahead and move to the individuals who signed up prior to the meeting. And first, we're going to go with those speaking in favor. And I believe this name is Alfred Lopez. That's correct. That's correct. Yes, Mr. Alfred Lopez. Yes. We will get to everybody shortly. Please stand by. I will call your names accordingly. First, we're going to go with those in favor who signed up tonight. Mr. Lopez, you already spoke, so we'll go ahead and go to Mr. Melleaves. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I would describe it a conditional supporter of the project. I live across the street at 721.
State your name and address for the record.
Sorry. John Mel Eves, 721 Chavez Road Northwest. And my wife, Marianne, and I live directly across the street from the project. We front most of the area right in the northwest corner up there. And we're very, very aware of the value of that project to the community. And as many of you know, I've been very defensive of the village and trying to protect the village from intrusions that I think will be adverse to the residents. I met with Jim several times. I suggested he reduce the density of the project and you put more open space into the project. He agreed to do that. And I think the plan he's come up with is something that I can live with across the street. I think it will it won't replace what is there right now. I mean, it's a special, special spot, and I'm torn in my thoughts about the right position to take. But I think given the area we're in, this is probably a good alternative, and it's one that I can support. And I told Jim that I would support it, but it was conditional on him supporting creating a better corridor for Chavez Road. And I've given you a written communication there that I can't possibly do in 2 minutes, but all of us who live there are very upset about Chavez Road. The density, the speed, the noise, it is a major thoroughfare, and it is adversely affecting our property. Jim has agreed to support us in getting something done to Chavez Road. And I notice my time is about up, but I hope you'll read what I gave you. And I can live with what Jim is proposing because I think he's an honorable, trustworthy person who does good projects.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
If the improvements to Chavez Road are done as I suggest.
Danielle, please continue.
We're going to move on to those who registered prior to the meeting, right before the meeting. These are folks in opposition. Marcia Smiley. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Marcia Smiley, 623 El Paraiso Road Northwest. I lived at the southeast corner across from this, at Guadalupe and El Paraiso. I've lived there for 42 years. I'd like to address this with quotes from the trustees. One from George. I never thought about politics until seeing the challenges and impacts of the growth of the village. I want to retain its past and want to hone our policies and ordinances to match our collective desires in our home. Alan, I want to protect, preserve, and nurture our special way of life. It is essential we maintain our agricultural roots. Sandra, I have a degree in communication. I want to become a trusted and responsible representative of the village residents. These are your words, but not your actions. You have ignored what we, the people, have communicated to you through petitions, protests, TV, print stories, lawyers, and lawsuits. We, the people, want to protect and preserve the rural and agricultural corridor and the rural character of this village. If you allow this cluster, you will undermine our life. You will be solely responsible for the blight, slum, high density of the village. You will leave a legacy of being the worst board of trustees since incorporation. If this slicing, dicing, dividing, and subdividing continue, the village will be unrecognizable. Are you ignorant and less informed of the world than the trustees of 30 years ago? Those past trustees and master plans recognized the need to preserve and encourage low density, the importance of agricultural history and character, the value of open expanses to the character of the area, to encourage vegetation and wildlife that appear in these areas, to retain the rural and agricultural qualities of the Guadalupe corridor, to preserve and encourage low-density residential use.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
I'd like to conclude by saying, if you agree to destroy these 9 acres of agricultural irrigated open expanse, which is in total opposition to the why the village was incorporated 64 years ago, it's only taken this administration 2 years to destroy that village vision. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Hurley. Mr. Patrick Hurley.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Hurley, and I live at 909 Salamanca Northwest, and my wife and I have lived there for 48 years now. And we don't like anything I see here. And I'm telling you, as a person that's spent 52 years as an attorney before retiring, I think my analysis of the contracts you've made and of the things you're attempting to do show a sad loss of understanding and a lack of hearing when you have people that come and spend their time to explain it. You've got a 284 ordinance that is so vague, it doesn't do a thing. Talk about conservation, yeah, that's a word that really rings right now. But it isn't happening here. Just as you would see in reading that ordinance, that property, the 2.5 acres, actually less than 2.5, and I disagree with the calculation that it makes 30+% of the property as the ordinance requires, because in my math, it doesn't do it. It misses it by about an acre. And if you, that people here have said, gee, well, the good thing here is that we're getting conservation property. No, you're not. That property doesn't transfer ownership. Your ordinance says that it stays in the ownership of the developer or into the homeowners association and thereby into the owners of the 16 lots. You want it to be used for agricultural purposes, not required. Under your ordinance, it's not required. You got such a loose framework as it was.
Thank you, your time has expired.
Created that you're not getting your result. And thank you very much. I signed up for this speaking this morning before 11 a.m. and I saw your director of zoning at that time. I talked to the lady right out here and left my name and that I wanted to speak here tonight for you.
My apologies, I didn't receive it, but you had your opportunity, so thank you. Thank you. Let's call Ms. Camille Varos.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. I'm Camille Vados. I reside at 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. And I've been living here for close to 8 decades. And before that, my parents established our first home, our first neighborhood associations. And within this time, you know, it's been a beautiful rural environment, and I had the luxury to grow up here. And I want to go back to this conservation proposed site. There is a Migratory Bird Act, and this does not follow it. If you live in the area, which I do, I observed our beautiful sand hill cranes, and they hop from one lot, and there's 3 of them, so they don't just stay in one area. So if you're expecting our beautiful wildlife to stay in one area, that is, you know, that is hindering their freedoms as migratory animals or birds. Anyway, this is not a free area. Someone has to maintain it. The village is not going to maintain it if this proposed conservation pilot program goes through. There has to be
Thank you, your time has expired.
a homeowners association. And so anyway, those who were in favor I've never seen you come to the meetings before, ever. So be it. And we've been fighting this rural, to keep
Your
our
time has
area
expired.
rural forever, and we will continue. Thank you.
Ms.
Danielle,
Gordine,
please continue.
Ms. Gordine McKenzie, please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. Mayor, trustees, and neighbors, it's already been determined that this 284 ordinance that talks about pilot projects is not good. And that's been determined by committees and also village officials. It's not properly written. This is evidenced by the moratorium and also the current rewriting of the ordinance. The open space is vital to the health of all of us and to the environment itself. There's a new term that's being used called eco-grief. And eco-grief is when people see places that they have loved destroyed, and they see the environment not left for future generations. And it can cause depression and anxiety in people. I was looking at some of the wording that the conservation development standards may be applied to any properties in A1, A2, A3, R2, R3 zoned in the Guadalupe and 4th Street character areas if the conditions set forth herein are met under a conservation development pilot project. Why was Guadalupe chosen? Who wrote that piece? I urge all of you to please consider denying this project. It needs to be rewritten. It needs to be rethought.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Danielle, please continue.
Ms. Nancy Nangeroni.
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm a senior citizen, I'm 69. My partner and I are both senior citizens. We found our home here 6 years ago. We could not afford one of these homes. Jim Long's partner told us the lots will go for $500,000 and it'll cost $500,000 to build a home on one of these lots. These are gonna cost $1 million each. So anybody who thinks that this is affordable housing is fantasizing. Now, don't get me wrong, this could be worse. It was worse before, and Jim made it better, and that's great. But you know what? He's not building the houses. He's just gonna sell the lots. So, and it was wonderful to meet Jim Long's friends. You know, I thought that was great. They all turned out to testify for him. But, you know, however well he's built his hotels, he's not building these. So that has nothing to do with it. Mr. Mayor, I want to know what development pressure is it that you're feeling?
None.
Well, that's not what you wrote. You wrote that development pressure.
I'm not going to quarrel with you, ma'am.
Okay, well, check what you wrote. Rural is the opposite of new. These homes are for people who want something new. They're not for people who want something rural. And they are not in keeping with our village. I'm so glad you're smiling at me. As I made my point earlier, the 2035 master plan was a big departure from the 2020 master plan. It was authored in large part, this particular, the part that allowed this was authored by Jim Long. That's a corrupt,
your time has expired.
That's a corrupt process. You can deny or defer this
Thank
tonight.
you, your time has expired.
It is your obligation.
Please, ma'am.
Only if this is a democracy is that your obligation. Please think about that.
Ms. Michelle Smiley. Michelle Smiley. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. Mayor, trustees, Michelle Smiley, 623 El Paraíso Road. Okay. I am still in strong opposition of this. I am so saddened and heartbroken that we are still entertaining this proposal. I see you had your non-resident friends and employees come speak in your favor of this project with a, and you mentioned that you spoke with someone at Bosque del Apache. I would love the name of the person that you spoke with too at Bosque del Apache, because I was in contact with them too. And it seemed to me like their stance was in favor of biodiversity. I heard a few people say that they drive by this property every single day. I walk this property every single day. I appreciate the nature, the environment we have here. People refer to the village as a gem. This neighborhood in particular is magical. Like, this is a special, very, very special place. And you told me that you would save one cottonwood tree, but I'm taking inventories of every single tree on that property. I know which cottonwood has the great horned owl nest in it. I know these trees. I'm more familiar with your trees than you are. You can't just buy trees and cut them down. That is not right. We need to protect this habitat. It is our job to protect biodiversity. Please don't do so much damage in your 4-year term that cannot be undone. Is this cutting out? Okay.
No.
Do not do so much damage in your 4-year term that cannot be undone. When you destroy...
Thank you, your time has expired.
Okay, this is my last sentence. If you destroy biodiversity, you will never get it back. Please do not do irreversible damage to the village in your term. You will destroy the village vision of the past 64 years.
Thank you, your time has expired.
You have a chance right now to choose good or evil. Choose good. You have a chance right now to choose the environment or choose greed.
Thank you, your time has
expired. Choose the
expired.
environment for future generations. Please, I beg you.
Mr. David Montoya. Mr. Montoya, if you would please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm David Montoya at 517 Pueblo Solano. Mayor and trustees, thank you for this opportunity. You know, when I see what's going on here, I signed up as otherwise because I like to get people against me on both sides. But, you know, when I look at this, it just begs for a compromise. I can see this thing heading to court, and I can see this thing dragging on. And the legacy that Jim brings to the table, I can't even think of a better partner for the village. If we stood back and said, hey, wait a minute, maybe we can do something a little bit less aggressive, and maybe the village with their with the new bond monies that we have, I recognize that he's giving 2.5 acres, but maybe the village can add to that, lower the cost for the development and make it a win-win. Because to me, I look at it and it looks like it begs for this, a potential solution that could, even more embellish Jim's esteem and legacy in this village, because there's a lot of passions, and they're rightly so. But I see a compromise brewing. Maybe we could take some time to find out how the village, with a great partner, could develop something that will actually work, that make everybody not perfectly happy, but better. Thanks.
Mayor and trustees, that concludes all of the testimony for tonight. I'd like to thank everybody who came out as a proponent, opponent, and otherwise. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over back to you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Long, no more comment. No, you didn't sign up. You didn't sign up, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay, should I give her, are we in the 30-minute period or not?
We did give time. We also asked that individuals sign up.
I stood up and sweared in. I stood up and was sweared in.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to the attorney.
How many more people still want to talk? Are you the only one left that wants to talk? Then you can, if you're the only one left, come on up. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Diana Clark, and I live at 601 El Paraiso Road, Northwest. I notice here that on Chavez Road, we have a right turn lane right onto Guadalupe Trail that will bring all the traffic down to El Paraiso and to Mullen, which is already planned. I want to thank all the people that came here tonight, the people that were for it, because they were summoned by Jim Long to come and speak. I want to thank the people that are against it, because they are smarter than the people setting up there. They know what is going on. They know that you are going to agree with this. And let me tell you right now, tonight, my house is for sale. I live on El Paraiso, and you people that were so thrilled to come up here and say, oh, I love this village, but I moved out of it, well, then come by my house.
At this time, Mr. Long, would you like to respond? If so, please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Mayor, trustees, again, I want to thank everybody that came tonight to speak both for and against the project. Sometimes it's good to hear all points of view, and I think we've heard them tonight. I would like to ask my legal counsel, John Salazar, to represent me in these final comments and rebuttal.
Absolutely.
So,
Let him
Mr.
come
Salazar,
forward.
thank you.
You're in your 5-minute period.
Mr. Mayor, members of the trustees, my name is John Salazar. I'm here representing Chavez Guadalupe, and I am a resident of the village. I live at 4641 Los Poblanos Circle. And I would suggest that this is a unique opportunity for the village. And if you think back where we started in June, the applicant initially proposed a residential project which was compliant with the village master plan and essentially compliant with the pilot project program ordinance. He presented the presentation publicly before you. He listened to the village residents and suggestions. Jim subsequently hosted 2 meetings with neighbors and residents of the village to get further definition of the concerns and suggestions. And then what he did is he didn't try to convince them he was right. He listened and he made revisions to his plan. You've seen he reduced the density, he increased the open space, he dropped any request for a deviation from the ordinance. And so now Jim is asking for approval of a revised plan with lower density and more open space, totally compliant with the ordinance and the master plan. And let me tell you, this is not spot zoning. It's consistent with the village master plan, which anticipated this kind of use. In fact, it implements the master plan. And as the village planning department has pointed out, in the master plan, there's a residential development goal. And the goal is to sustain the village as a semi-rural, multi-generational through residential development in keeping with village scale and character. The objective of the master plan is to investigate and pursue alternatives to single-family residential development to provide more choice for current and potential residents while maintaining village values and scale. And it goes on at policy B that the village should investigate and pursue alternatives to single-family residential development to provide more choice for current and potential residents while maintaining village values and scale. And it suggests that the trustees do what they did, create a pilot project ordinance to authorize a limited number of alternative housing projects to determine feasibility and fit to see if the village wanted to continue this in the future. So the way you did it, you said to encourage development of this in this way, you said, we will let you have more density if you will provide open space, dedicated open space. And that's what Jim has done. And if you look at it, there's open space in this project along Chavis Road and Guadalupe, visible to everyone who goes down Chavis or Guadalupe. He's preserved something for the village. So with that, this is consistent with your own plans. He's implementing plans you proposed in a way you proposed. So the director of the village planning and zoning department prepared a very thorough report, a review and analysis of the proposed plan, which she found to be totally compliant with the master plan and the ordinance. It meets every criteria. So your planning director is recommending approval of the plan. We concur in the recommendation and accept the suggested conditions of approval. So thank you very much, and we ask your approval of the plan as presented.
Thank you. At this time, the floor is now closed for comments. Before we get to discussion and questions from the governing body, I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Please.
I recommend approval of PP 22-01.
I need a second. I need a second.
I make a motion to approve PP 22-01.
I need a second.
I second it.
All right. At this time, we will have questions and discussion from the governing body. We're going to start with Trustee Pacheco.
I know this has been a hot topic, and I know that we're not going to make 100% of the people happy with this decision. But there again, if this were any of you, thank you, thank you. We as a body, a governing body up here, are to approve the ordinances that are codified by the village. This ordinance was codified by the village, and the applicant has met all the recommendations from the ordinance as well as from our planning director.
Let's be civil, please. No, you're not. You're not allowing our trustee to speak. The floor is closed for comments. Go ahead.
I also appreciate that the applicant held meetings for the neighborhood and for the residents. Everybody had an opportunity to come talk with him and provide their feedback. Maybe you didn't show up, I don't know. Maybe you did, I don't know. But I'm comfortable in making this decision as a trustee, and I'm comfortable in that we are doing what our ordinance asked us to do. Thank you.
Trustee Lewis.
You know, first of all, I'd like to say that, I was involved in the creation of that ordinance. I feel like we took our direction from the master plan. I take real exception to people saying that, we had some underhanded dealings and we were, and Jim Long was in the room and those just aren't true statements. And I really take exception to that because I've done my very best for this community for a long time. And you can take all the shots you want, but to me, the bottom line is we have ordinances on our books. And we can't willy-nilly decide we like them, don't like them, we'll support them. No, we're not going to support them today, but we might support them tomorrow. Our job is to support the ordinances on the books. And when an applicant comes in and meets all the requirements of that ordinance, I don't think we have much of a choice but to support that applicant. And this is not, because it's a project, a pilot project, this is not going to set a precedent. We have the opportunity to, we've already started the process to sit down with a group to start recrafting it. But here's a person who has come through our system and has followed the process, and I believe in the process. And so I have no questions at this time, but that's my explanation.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have some questions about the whole thing, and I'd like to not have cat calls while I'm talking, please, because the mayor's right. You're not being civil, and be civil, everybody, please. You know that I have a pretty even temperament. Yeah, so please be civil. I have a few questions for you, Jim.
Approach the podium, Jim.
Trustee Radachevich, please. You mentioned that you talked to someone down at Bosque del Apache. Was that one of the biologists down there? Trace, would you provide the name of the person that we talked to? Okay. Thanks. Will the casitas, at one point in your submittal, it said something like the casitas might be taken out. It had a question about that. Can you talk about that a little bit? That will really be up to the buyer of that particular lot, whether they would wish to keep that unit. We would encourage that those casitas be maintained. They're beautiful adobe Nat Kaplan buildings. We have restored them, renovated them. They're wonderful quarters. I think it can provide an exceptional opportunity for multi-generational living in those casitas, for caretakers to care for an aging couple that would like to live here. So I think it provides some great solutions. So I think the casitas, if that is their choice, would remain. And the casitas are within the lot arrangement that we saw. Right. Would you be amenable or willing to consider not putting gates on the community? Gated communities are kind of separated from the rest of the community because of the gates. Sure. And I'd just like to ask that question just bluntly. From a personal opinion standpoint, we have gates at our home. We've never closed them. They've been open for 25 years. Doesn't mean that that this community, if the folks that buy these lots feel like they need to have a gate for their security and protection, I think it's their choice more than it's my choice. Wouldn't you put the gates up before they bought the properties? Potentially, but if we didn't, there would be nothing that would prohibit them from passing within their homeowners association that regulation to put the gates up downstream. So I'm not sure that we have, final say there.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions for you, Maida, and I might have a question or two more.
Thank you, Trustee.
In your opinion, and I guess this is for Attorney Flores as well, there have been a lot of accusations made by the community about this being spot zoning. I'd like to have you respond to that, because we have attorneys that are calling this spot zoning. I don't believe it is myself, but what are your opinions?
Trustee Radnovich, Mayor, I apologize, but I wasn't familiar with any of the attorneys that you referenced. There were a lot of individuals that threw out a lot of law.
Retired attorneys, I'll clarify that.
I don't know that they're retired either, but they did look older than myself. So I apologize, and I'm very fond of saying that I got my legal education from, Judge Wapner. He may be a little older than some of the people here remember. We've actually looked at the spot zoning issue. We don't believe that there's a problem with that. We don't believe that this is spot zoning. I actually thought you were going to ask me a different question, so I apologize. This is still going to have to come back for building permits and subdivision approvals and everything else. This property, I think the trustees can look at it and say, yeah, the concept's good, but there's still going to be a lot of opportunity, and I apologize, I don't want to prejudge anything, but there's still going to be a lot of opportunity for the trustees, planning and zoning director, the Planning and Zoning Commission to say, yeah, we don't like that, or no, you need to change this, or you need to revise that. I think that's what you need to think about. You may be approving the concept, but the casita thing, I'm not quite sure I understood that. If we're talking about one casita per lot that either gets modified or upgraded or expanded, I get that. But if he's talking about one lot with a big house and 3 casitas, I can see where that is probably going to be problematic with your other ordinances, and you're going to have to come back for your variances or other things, and you're going to have another opportunity to say, no, that doesn't match the concept that we were approving. So I apologize for diverting. No, I don't see that there's a problem with spot zoning.
Okay. Someone it was either on the letters or someone said tonight that the minutes from Jim's public meeting should be a part of the case. Is that actually true, since that was a private? That's what I heard.
Yeah, I apologize, Mayor and Trustee Radnovich. It would not, if that's what was said, that was not what I heard. What I heard, at least in reference to this process, is whether all of the submittals from the initial application are part of the record. They are. They're in the record. We've got copies of all those materials. The trustees, you're free to go ahead and review them. I'm not sure that the comments are relevant to the discussion, given the revisions to the application. It still falls under the same application, but you're welcome to review them. They are part of the record. They're in the record.
Okay.
Some of the comments that you've heard today, my recollection, because I was actually here back then, are the same and similar comments. So there's not going to be much new in them or different from them from then to now, but they are available for your review.
A couple more questions. In the proposal that was submitted, there's a comment that said that you'll either sell or rent these edifices. is that actually true that you would consider renting them? Just asking.
I don't think we would deny the rights of these lot owners to do whatever is permitted in the village. So if the village allows rentals in the village, I assume
Okay,
that these owners would have that right.
Thank you, Jim. I wanted to clarify that. A lot of people question the legality of the code, and we all voted on it, and we voted yes on the code. And in my opinion, it looked like a good pilot project. I'm sorry that a lot of you don't agree. A pilot code. Are there, I'm sure that your firm looked at the code before we voted on it, and I know, Maida, you weren't here then, it was Tiffany, but I just want to make sure that we're within the legal boundaries of codifying a pilot project conservation ordinance like this.
Mayor, Trustee Rednovich, I apologize. I did not review the code. I was not involved in that, at least the pilot project one. Frankly, I don't even know when it was passed.
Okay.
Right? I have looked at it since, and I'm not aware of it violating any provision of statutory or common law.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. I do want to say just to everyone in the audience that we're not tone deaf. We're not tone deaf. We're following, as Alan said, whether this gets approved or not, we're following the codes that this village has put in place to regulate development. I don't, please don't interrupt.
The floor is closed for comment.
I don't know that this code is wrong. And I am with all of you, and I still believe that the village is a special place that our ordinances and codes need to protect. Conservation development is about protecting not only the land, but also the views towards it. And I think this open space does that. I think that the views towards these new homes, if they were put in there, would be given the best chance of meeting the needs of the village in terms of how this property is viewed from the public. I do have one other question, and this is for both of you. Would you be willing to two things? Would you be willing to open the open space to village residents as opposed to making it private?
You know, we are putting a split rail fence that is fairly open. It's low, 3 feet tall. On the very east end, you can hardly see it, but there's a cottonwood tree. It's a 400-year-old cottonwood tree, and there's a space that's set aside for wildlife viewing for the general public. So that will be taken into the site. So anyone can come and enjoy the shade of the tree, to enjoy the wildlife there at their leisure. So in essence, we are.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
I think that's, one last thing, and this is the last thing. I was really intrigued by what Mr. Montoya said about compromise and about maybe the village being part of the development in a different way than maybe we think about. one of the things that came to mind when you said that is, well, the village could buy some of these lots and keep them as in conservation. I mean, that's a potential, that's a possibility that the village could do that, and therefore reduce the density and increase the conservation. The thing that I think a lot of people are saying that I don't agree with is if this were developed by a traditional developer, we would have walls around the whole thing. And it's a development right. It's the property owner's right to do with their land what they want, as long as they follow the law and the codes and the ordinances that we have in place. I don't want to, I'm not asking the question, I'm not asking for you to answer the question, but think about that. Would you prefer to have this divided into 9 lots with a wall around it, just like the Caballeros subdivisions? Would you? Really? You'd lose everything. You'd lose the visual quality of the open space. You would lose the open space, period. They'd be in backyards. Is that really what you'd like to have happen? And say that again?
Eliminate the economic incentive, and you eliminate the development.
How do you do that?
Build 8 houses on this lot. You're not going to do it. The only way this makes sense is if you build lots of lots and make lots of money. 9 houses won't do that, 16 will.
No, 9 houses would do that.
It's not enough money.
Well, the floor is closed for comments, please. The floor is closed for comments.
I asked the mayor, so my apologies. But really, if it's 9 houses or one big one, like one of the Rio Grande estates that populate Rio Grande Boulevard in this village, it would be closed off from view. Yeah, there might still be birds coming, and wildlife habitat, but we wouldn't, as a village, we wouldn't get to see that, and that could happen. Jim could decide to move in to the space and build his own house if he wanted to. It's his land. So I don't really get what you're saying there, because I'd rather have a little bit of conservation, and 30% is a respectable amount, than none.
70% increase in density?
Well, have you ever been up to High Desert in the foothills of Albuquerque?
That's not Los Ranchos.
I know it isn't, but have you ever been there?
I have. I would like to read the Cornell University Law School's definition of spot zoning.
The floor is closed for comments, please.
Yeah, you don't want to hear the truth.
It's not true. The trustees are going to make this decision, hopefully. George, continue.
Spot zoning refers to when a piece of property or groups of property have special zoning laws applied to them that differ from the zoning laws surrounding them. The practice of spot zoning can be very controversial and may be illegal. Some types of spot zoning actually can be necessary, such as granting waivers for existing businesses when new zoning laws come into force, or when a business might be needed in the residential area.
Okay, that's enough.
Spot zoning also can involve corruption where an individual receives special treatment that may harm surrounding areas or impede competition.
I want this room to be civil. George, please continue, because we need to move on.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I have anything else, and that's the civility that I was talking about. You don't have the floor all the time. We do some of the time. So please give us that grace, that ability.
Any further?
I don't think I have any other questions, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to call for the question. I'm going to call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. It's 10:15. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess.
I like the way you put it, Alan. I was trying to ask questions to see if people were willing to compromise. Oh, thanks, so did you. could buy some of those lots.
It's not impossible, not impossible.
Will this come back to us? Will this go to planning and zoning?
It's got to go to P and Z. Everything from, oh, yes, well, she can answer that question. The meeting is now reconvened at 10:25 PM. We're going to move to item C, discussion and approval for advertisement of ordinance number 292, amending the Village of Los Ranchos Codified Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 4, the village treasurer's compensation. Administrator Simon, please present the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. The item before you is a proposed change to the ordinance related to the village treasurer's compensation and the requirement of the treasurer to be a resident of the Village of Los Ranchos. Currently, the treasurer, which is a statutory requirement for the village, is paid $400 per month. And that amount was established many, many years ago. I believe it was in the 1980s, and then it was approved most recently in the early 2000s, or I should say it was reconfirmed in the early 2000s. This means that he receives $185 per pay period before taxes, roughly $12.50 an hour. This proposal is to bring our treasurer position in line with other subject matter experts, or roughly $67 an hour. This is also a middle ground to otherwise bringing in an expert from the outside, an auditor, say, a financial advisor, or other kind of person with financial oversight experience that would be more in the $100 to $150 an hour. I also want to just briefly mention the role of the treasurer. I know that you all see his approved cash report every month. These are some of the other things that the treasurer does for us. He works to be a second set of eyes and ears on the village finances. He approves and reviews and approves payroll, the cash report, AP checks, the bank recs, all of our invoices. In fact, he checks our procurement process. He's a check signer, only one of three in the village, which is the mayor, the treasurer, and myself. And the other change of the ordinance is that the requirement is that the treasurer be a village resident. And this has caused us some difficulty in replacing the treasurer. We propose to change the ordinance to say that the treasurer may be a resident rather than shall. And I think that's all, and I stand for questions.
Before we get to questions and discussion from the governing body, I do need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve for advertisement ordinance number 292.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, now we can get to discussion and questions from the governing body. Let's go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Lewis.
I guess I just have trouble with the increase we're proposing. You know, to go from getting $400 a month is $4,800 a year to the $1,000 a pay period is $26,000 a year. I know that's in line. I feel like that's just way too much. You know, my understanding is the the treasurer is expected to put in around 8 hours a week, 32 hours a month. So I think it's easier to raise somebody than to lower them back, and I just feel like this is a very significant increase. And I guess I would more like to make the change to start with $600 per pay period, which would become $15,600 per year, which is about a 3.25% increase over what they get now. And would put them at using 32 hours a month, that would put them at about $40.60 an hour. So it gets us closer, but I'm just not comfortable with that significant of an increase, and so I would just suggest that change.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have a question. What is his, is he an accountant?
Mayor and Trustee Radovich, I believe so. He works for the, oh my gosh, the,
He oversees the Farm Bureau services, I want to say credit union.
he's in banking and finance.
And so Alan's proposal makes a lot of sense to me because it's an increase. It's more than cost of living increase for a year, and it seems more in line with how we would give raises like that. Do you think this would cause the treasurer to? The one thing I don't want to do is reduce his or your request to the point that he would leave.
Mayor and trustees, I don't know. I know that what we're offering right now is not working for him. It's almost inconvenient for him to get that $160 paycheck every pay period. He has to report it as income. It's not worth it. He is providing a service to the village, and he believes in supporting us, and he's a resident, and he cares, and he does a great job. The compensation as it stands now is not sufficient to keep him here. I don't know what the threshold is to.
For me, it's very difficult to make a decision like that, not knowing whether Alan's closer to where reality should be or if your recommendation is. So I'd probably recommend that we increase the payment more than what Alan just suggested, but maybe not as much as what you as the village administrator recommended.
Mayor, trustees, yeah, we're, this was a recommendation. We can be flexible. It's your decision. We want to provide a little bit more to this person. We want to make that one change requiring that they don't necessarily have to be a resident, but beyond that, we know what professionals in the field make. We know how much, for example, our consultants, Maria Rinaldi and Fred Radosevich and others make, and so we were trying to keep it in line with sort of subject matter experts. The treasurers around the nation who are employees of a municipality make around 40. That also includes benefits, and this person doesn't receive any benefits and is.
Do we see timesheets from him? Is it?
Don't believe so, no.
We have not been.
No, it's a flat rate, $400 a month, broken up into 2 pay periods.
So
Two pay periods.
Could it be that he has to provide us with a timesheet, with some way for us to see if he's really working 32 hours a week or not?
Let me comment on that, George. For 4 or 5 years, I don't know how many times I've asked Ann and I asked Kelly before, what does the treasurer do? We need this, is he pulling his weight? Is she back with Nancy? Was she pulling her weight? Sure, I'm sorry. So I questioned it and slowly started finding out how key this role is, because they are the second set of eyes that, and it's really a requirement for most municipalities so that you don't have one person just handling all the money with nobody checking them. And so I've really come to understand how important this role is to us. And I feel the same way you do. I do not want to make a decision that isn't enough but again, my feeling is if it doesn't appear it's going to be enough, then bring it back to us and say, well, we had this discussion and you guys wanted to start here and we really need to go to this point. That's where my feeling was, and that's why I sort of came up with just some numbers. Again, I have no idea if these are good, bad, or another, but if somebody's making $400 a month doing as important a job as they are for us, they sure aren't gonna turn in a timesheet, because they're not, they're like, you want me to do what now for my $400? True. And so, yeah, it's high time we increase the position. Yeah.
We do it.
Yeah, but, yeah, I don't know what the number is.
Okay.
And so, put it out for advertisement. I would just like to see something probably a little lower than 1,000.
Good points.
And have you had any discussion with Will about the situation?
Yes, Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, he has been indicating for some time now that he needs to be compensated.
But no discussion?
Of the amount?
Right.
He had an amount that he threw out that was a lot higher. I kind of brought it.
What you proposed?
Mm-hmm. And the mayor and Tammy actually and I and others sat down and chatted about what would be fair. And we just based it on, well, quick research on what financial advisors make, and then what a municipal employee would make, and then kind of brought it down into the middle. And that's where we came up with the $67 an hour.
And how many hours again?
He works about 8 hours a week. He comes in after hours and approves all of our financial matters.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, he works 32 hours a month and makes $400 right now, so that's about $12.50 an hour for something that keeps our books afloat and keeps this village, the records clean. And I can attest he does a great job. You don't see him here because if I have him sitting here for meetings like this, then his hourly goes down to pennies. So, and he has a small child and he lives in the village, and I excuse him.
So can we come up with a compromise?
Well, and I just want to point out, going from $400 a month to a paycheck, this amount every pay period, then you're going from 12 checks a month to 26. So there's a significant increase if we just took, and we're not, if we just said 400 every pay period, it's a significant increase. And so I came up with this number, but again, I'm just pulling a number trying to protect finances. And
$400 is ridiculous, though.
Right, right. And so not only the monthly number, but doing it per pay period will make it significant.
I'm on the list to speak.
We will be allowing public comment on this. Don't worry about it.
I'm the former accountant for the village.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And an accountant might be able to share
Great.
outside knowledge.
Great.
If you commit to that, when you get to that
Can we-
point,
can we-
you have that information.
We will be getting to public comment here shortly. I just want to point out that our other subject matter experts make $65 an hour, and they are worth 3 or 4 times that. Maria Rinaldi, Fred Radosevich.
Wait, Fred's here. I wouldn't say that. Fred. Yeah,
And so, at the end of the day, you have to pay your subject matter experts. I mean, that's just the bottom line, in my opinion. So are there any other comments from the governing body before we get to public comment?
I might have some comments after Mr. Donlin speaks, but I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Danielle, is there anybody from the public wishing to speak on this matter that signed up prior?
Yes, Mayor and Trustees, Tom Donilon, if you would, please. approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You do have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. My introduction to the village was I came to work as the accountant for the village back in 2003, right at the end of Hooker's administration, at the beginning of Larry's. And I worked under Alan Leatherwood, who was another resident that worked as treasurer at that time. It's really important to have that extra set of eyes, an extra person to bounce off the ideas. You know, when you're sitting here doing all this accounting, it's sort of challenging to try to figure out what works. I have been a CPA. I haven't kept up with it, so I don't have my license anymore. But this is the type of work I do. You want somebody that's good. You don't want somebody that's willing to do it on the cheap and is going to cut corners and look at how to make it work for a little bit of money. So don't go, shortchanging yourself, being penny wise and pound foolish on this. And $400 is like you've been paying the babysitter 50 cents an hour to work, and you're letting your kids stay with somebody who's willing to do it for 50 cents. What else are they going to do? So, this is really somebody looking out after your books and making sure that things are happening right and making sure that things don't get missed. So that's what's being offered is a reasonable amount, and it's not at the top of the end of the scale by any means by the people who really have subject matter expertise. So I really encourage you to pay somebody to have a good person looking after the books and helping you stay on track.
Tom, point well taken. I think you're absolutely right. So,
Is there anybody else in the audience?
Mayor, I have no one else signed up for this unless there's someone who wishes to
Well,
speak.
I'm going to offer, is there anybody else in the audience who wants to speak on this subject? If not, I'm going to ask the trustees, any further questions? There's one. Go right ahead, please, come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Drew Talia Pietra, 312 Nueva Hacienda. I would just like to know what the person's credentials are. That's it. Bookkeeper, CPA, what are they?
We reviewed his qualifications when he was brought on, and Tammy and you and I agreed that he was exceptionally well qualified. He does this for a living, correct? Go ahead and answer that.
Yes, Mayor, trustees. Actually, it was Danielle and Tammy and I and you, I believe. Danielle is our HR manager who made sure that he met the minimum qualifications, his work experience with the Farm Credit Bureau. Apologize, I forgot his place of employment. Qualified him to be our treasurer. We were very lucky for many, many years. We had a wonderful treasurer, Nancy Haynes, who came to every meeting and was very, very involved with the village. And she was retired. It wasn't so much about the money for her. And I think initially he also felt like it was a service that he was providing to the village. But as the duties increase and the workload increases and his time becomes more valuable, it's difficult to continue to serve the village. I think that's about it.
Any further questions? Anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter? Okay. Any further questions from the governing body?
I sort of withdraw my question and
I'm going to call for the question. Call for the roll call
on
vote.
how it's written.
Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to item 10, unfinished business, discussion and approval to adopt ordinance number 291, granting a franchise to the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority to provide water and wastewater service in the public rights-of-way within the village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, repealing ordinance number 204. Administrator Simon.
All right, thank you, Mayor and trustees. So this is a continuation of the Water Utility Authority franchise agreement reading. This is presented last month. It brings the Water Utility Authority and the village up to a current franchise agreement. The agreement provides the village with a 4% franchise fee, which, as I mentioned last month, is the highest franchise fee we have with any of the utilities. And the term of the franchise is a 10-year term, which is an excellent term length. Most of them are 25 to 50 years. So I strongly encourage you to approve this franchise agreement, but I stand for questions.
Therefore, before we get to questions, I need a motion to adopt ordinance number 291.
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 291.
I need a second.
I second.
Any discussion from the governing body? I'll start trustee by trustees. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none, Mayor.
Trustee Lewis.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
I'd just like to know one thing, Ann. Is there anything else that's changed in the language of this agreement?
Mayor and Trustee Radnovich, we did add some terminology about forgive me, the late hour of the evening, the issue of if there's anything on 4th Street that needs to be excavated, we have, they must work with us to make sure that they don't cause damage to our brand new 4th Street project. That's part of our new code. We have that language in place. We also have some language in place about who maintains the fire hydrants, and it is our responsibility and the fire department's responsibility. I think those were the main things.
So if they disturbed one of the bricked sections of 4th Street, they would have to put it back in the exact same condition that it
Yes.
is.
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Item passes. New business 11A, discussion and approval of resolution number 2022-11-01, a resolution extending the moratorium on higher density residential development in the C1 zone in the village of Los Ranchos. Administrator Simon.
All right, thank you, Mayor and trustees. There before you is it's a resolution. It's a resolution, sorry, to extend the moratorium on high-density residential development in the C1 zone. While we had high hopes that we would be able to provide some recommendations to you by the end of this month, November, the reality is we're out of time. The other thing is, in the meantime, we have convened the Citizens Advisory Board, which has as its scope to develop recommendations on changes it wants to see to high-density housing in the C1. Now VC has been added. Trustee Radnovich, I need to talk to you about that, and the pilot project. So we would like to give this body time to develop some recommendations and bring them before you rather than rush anything before the end of the year.
Before I open it up to discussion from the governing body and the general public, I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-11-01, the extension of the moratorium.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, now, is there any questions or discussion from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
Administrator Simon, I'm just curious, I mean, are we going to, and I guess this is for you too, Maida, are we going to be able to meet this deadline, or are we gonna, get here and then, you know, put off some more time? Do we feel like we're going to be able to get where we need to with the committee?
Mayor Lopez and Trustee Pacheco, yes, I think we are. We've gotten pretty organized. Our first meeting was all about the scope, what we wanted to address, and how often we wanted to meet, and so on and so forth. The group wants to meet every 2 weeks. They've already enacted a lot of materials and drafts for us to review. We are rolling up our sleeves and getting down to work. We don't want to extend the moratorium too long because we do have a project in the hopper, that is the Sandia View project. And out of fairness to that application, we want to move quickly.
Okay, so you're confident that we can meet the deadline that we've posed here with the moratorium?
I actually am going to allow you to just add a little bit because you can talk about the 2-month time frame that we need.
Sure. So I think the 2-month time frame that Anne is referring to is that at the end, in order to actually adopt text amendments, it pads in 2 months of advertising and reviewing by the Board of Trustees. So we need that added into our calculations before we backtrack and have something to propose before that time. So does that answer the question?
So that would be more like January or February?
Correct, Mayor. I think Trustee.
Yes, so typically we have 2 readings of an ordinance. So if we requested from the Board of Trustees to approve for advertisement, I would suspect we would bring it before the board in February and then adopt in March.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Lewis.
I have no questions at this time.
Trustee Radnovich.
No questions.
Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak on this matter that is germane to this item of business? If so, please come forward.
One quick question.
Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Tom Donlan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. Good evening, Mayor and trustees. What's the date? Because the agenda does not mention where that's going to be extended, so, and we don't have, yeah.
March 31, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else participating remotely that wishes to speak on this matter? If so, please use the raise your hand button. Kiko? Oh, wait a minute, we have Robert.
There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, no hands raised. Robert, please come forward.
Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Place, Northwest Los Ranchos. As a member of the committee that has met for the first time and soon to meet this coming Monday, I think I can honestly say that we feel comfortable in our ability to meet this time frame easily. In fact, we hope to beat it, I would say.
Thank you, Robert. The floor is now closed for comments since there's nobody online that wants to speak. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item B, discussion and approval of the third amendment to the residential and commercial solid waste and recycling collection services license between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Waste Management of New Mexico. Administrator Simon, and we also have Mr. Dan Darnell here.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, trustees. The information in this item refers to changes that Waste Management would like to make to their license agreement. And these changes relate to the fuel index and other factors that will affect the base rate of service. And beyond that, it gets kind of complicated. So I'm going to let Mr. Darnell take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Ann. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. It's good to see everybody again. It's been a while since I've attended one of these meetings, and I picked the right one, apparently, tonight.
That's for sure.
And thank you, Ann and Danielle, for getting me on this agenda. I appreciate that. So this item really has 3 issues. for the board to consider. First of all, we're asking the board to approve the use of a new, more local CNG index rather than the one that we wanted to use last year when I came before you last year, because it's no longer published, okay? And to also approve Amendment 3, which that really is the substance of Amendment 3. So it's the same thing that we had in terms of the language. We're just inserting a different CNG index. So I'll go over that more here in just a minute. The second thing that we're going to be covering here is we're asking the board to approve a fuel increase using this new CNG fuel index. And then the third thing is we're also asking the board for approval for an additional rate adjustment that's allowed under the terms of the agreement. So let's go to item 1 just real quick, and I'll try to keep this as short as possible because I know you guys have been through the ringer this evening. So last year, as a part of the second amendment, which this board approved, the Village and Waste Management, which by the way, we've rebranded ourselves, so now we're WM instead of Waste Management, but anyway, just a sidebar. But we agreed to use that CNG averages prices, or average CNG price in New Mexico that's reported by an index called CNG Now. And then we also, at that time, we established a base fuel price of $2.36. Well, that index is no longer published, and their link now goes to the U.S. Department of Energy Alternative Fuels Data Center that provides detail on locations of fueling stations, but no pricing. So we're proposing in this amendment to use a more local index, which is published by Love's Travel Stop. It provides a daily pricing index, which is normally it's either monthly or quarterly, and this one is actually a daily index, so we can tell where prices are day to day. But back on September 12th of 22, when I put this packet together, the price per gallon equivalent, or GGE, which is how they measure CNG, was $2.59. Now, as a point of reference, as of yesterday, that spot index was $2.70. And although we have a CNG compression station at our Rio Rancho Holland site that provides us a slow fill option, and the Love's pricing is based on providing a fast fill option, the Love's price is still a good reflection of our actual costs. So the difference is that with the slow fill option, we drive our trucks in, we dock them with the CNG, and in the morning the tank's full. So they hit the road with a full tank. If you go to a slow fill or a fast fill option, you only get about 3/4 of a tank full, okay? So that's the difference, but the cost of the CNG would be the same. So we consider that to be reflective. So we would be asking agreement to use this new, more local index to determine if the fuel costs have increased or decreased, because both of those up and down is in our agreement. And then the board approval for Amendment 3. So I don't know if you wanted to deal with that one initially, Mr. Mayor, or if you want me to go through the other two.
Go through everything.
Okay, very good. So the second item that we discussed for board consideration is to approve a fuel increase based on the difference between the base price that we established in Amendment 2, which was $2.36, and then the spot price on September 12th, when I put this packet together, which was $2.59. That would be a fuel increase of 23 cents variant, or about 9.75% increase. As I pointed out, the fuel continues to climb. And so I think it's advantage to the village to use the September point rather than any point subsequent to that. But that ends up being 13 cents, and I think in your packet it says 14 cents. When I double checked my figures, I had a rounding error, so it's actually 13 cents. So the fuel request that we're asking would be 13 cents per home increase to the rates. And then the new base rate for the next review, which would be in April, the contract calls for April and October for those two review periods to take place, that will be $2.59. So that'll be your new base rate. So every time that we check the index,
That's the new base rate. The third item for board consideration is a little bit different. It's an additional rate adjustment, which is allowed under the terms of our agreement. In section 7.2, additional rate adjustments, it reads in part, in addition to the adjustment in section 7.1, which is the regular CPI adjustment, in this case, it's a flat 2.5%. The contractor may from time to time request an adjustment to the rates set forth on Exhibit A, which is the rate sheet, or as a surcharge to recover increases in the cost of operations for circumstances that are not within the reasonable control of the contractor. Such circumstances include but are not limited to, and then it has a list of items. Number 4 is changes in disposal fees, cost of fuel, or other industry-related reason. Well, as you're aware, everybody's lives have been adversely impacted as inflation is now at a 40-year high, and it's basically driven by national policy, our response to COVID-19, federal fiscal, energy policies, as well as supply chain and labor market disruptions. But for WM, disruptions in the supply chain for critical materials and equipment, our labor shortages, and significant increase in the cost of keeping our existing workforce have substantially increased WM's cost to provide services to the village. Our frontline labor costs have nearly doubled since 2020, and that represents a substantial portion of WM's overall operating costs. And of course, the cost of fuel, we already talked about that continues to increase. The year-over-year increases that we're seeing at our local Holland site is in the area of 18% year over year. And the impacts of inflation on the providers of services, such as WM, are measured by the PPI, or Producer Price Index. And the specific index that we're using is for general freight trucking or local trucking, which basically tracks what we do. And that tracks inflation to the providers of services before reaching the consumer. So it's not only an earlier predictor of inflation, but it also tracks the current cost of providing a particular service. In July, the national PPI came in at 15.79. In August, it was 16.59, and in September, it was 17.02, just a bit below what we're actually experiencing in terms of cost increases year over year. Well, our agreement with the village calls for a flat 2.5% annual rate adjustment. And even if we use the July PPI, which was stated in this document, which we would want to use because that's the one that we stated, even though it's gone all the way up to 17.2. If we include that 2.5% plus that fuel, and the fuel comes out, that 13 cents comes out to about 0.76%. If we add those two together, the shortfall between the PPI, which is what we're talking about here, is 15.79. The shortfall between that, or the gap between those two, is about 12.53. And so basically what I'm trying to illustrate is that actually reflects the percentage that our expenses have increased more than our opportunity to recapture something through an annual rate adjustment. And like I said, the actuality is 18% is what we're seeing here. And but we're just taking the July, and I'm just using that as an example. The additional rate adjustment clause of the agreement, I think it infers, in fact, I know, it infers an understanding that the extraordinary circumstances do take place. Okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't have that in your agreement. So, but I think there has to be a caveat, and that caveat is beyond, a contractor's ability to control what happens. Okay, so in this particular case, we're totally at the mercy, just like everyone else is, to what's going on economically throughout the nation. Inflation, cost of fuel, on and on. But I want you to understand, it's not my intention to ask the village for the additional gap, the 12 point whatever percent. That's not my intention here, because I'm very cognizant that we provide a service that residents need and depend on, okay? And we're doing it for you, because you're our customers, but so are the residents. So what I would like for the board to consider is that when we negotiated the original 2.5% flat adjustment, no one could have, or certainly, I mean, I was part of that. I didn't anticipate the kinds of unprecedented inflation that we're currently experiencing. The 12-month rolling average of the CPIU index through July, as published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it shows about a 7.4, in fact, it shows a 7.4 increase. And that's in July. And of course, it's gone up since then, right? But I would like to respectfully request that the village consider granting a reasonable inflationary cost adjustment plus, for the gap between the July CPIU, which is 7.4, and then the annual rate adjustment plus fuel. If you subtract from that, it comes out to 4.14. So really, what we're asking for is 4.14, which equates to about a 76-cent increase to the rates. And I would, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I want to hand out some information about the breakdown of the rate picture.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
So basically, we're asking for the board to vote on approving the index. So Amendment 3, which that's basically all that covers. And then we're also requesting the 2.5%. That flat rate was something that went into effect in October 1. It was an automatic thing according to the contract. So what we're dealing with here really is the fuel calculation increase and then the additional rate adjustment, okay? Those are the only two things that require a board vote. So the fuel increase adjustment is 13 cents. The additional rate adjustment, 76 cents. If you take everything from 2021 rate to what we're proposing, it would be $1.35 a month per home. So that's basically what we're asking for. I would like to say one other thing. Again, we're very cognizant of who we work for, who we're providing a service for, and our residents, or your residents, are very important to us. And originally, I think I had written in my letter that we would want these implemented like in November, and then we couldn't get on the agenda. And so, we said, well, we'd push that to December. But I think it would be fair if we looked at this and said that we pushed it through Christmas, and because they're going to get a new quarterly invoice in the middle of December for January, February, and March. So if we just started the fuel adjustment and started the extraordinary increase in January rather than, and that would get them all through Christmas and we wouldn't have to worry about it. Anyway, that's my proposal, so I'll stand for questions, sir.
Before we get to governing body questions, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this rate increase.
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion from the governing body? I'll start with Trustee Pacheco.
I have a few questions, Dan. So you said that this index that we were using prior is no longer published. So did it just go away?
Yeah, they actually rerouted that to the Department of Energy for some reason. I think the index was being published by the Department of Energy, under the title C&G Now, and they just opted not to do that. what we noticed, and the reason we didn't have a fuel increase in April, was we did a review and we found that they were publishing monthly 2 years ago. Last year, they went to quarterly, and then their quarterly, we rolled a month past the quarterly, and we said, well, this isn't working. The next thing we know, it went to station locators, and no pricing was not established.
Available.
Pricing. So I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know what the backstory is. All I know is it doesn't work.
Okay, so the one that you're proposing now, Loves, do other industries use this particular index? And is it more localized?
It is. We're using the indexes for Albuquerque. They have 2 stores here in Albuquerque, and this is what they are. So let me explain this part, okay? With the CNG truck, it's brand new fuel. We have diesel pricing indexes, we have gasoline indexes, we have electric indexes, but we don't have any CNG, reliable CNG indexes. So if our truck has a full tank and they go out to Route 66 and some of the areas out in there doing some roll-off work or whatever, and they come back in, they're going to be shy of fuel because you don't get as many miles out of a CNG. You're very limited. And so they will swing into Love's, and this is the price that they will pay. So this is the price they pay at the pump. Now, we compress it. We take natural gas, and it goes through this compression process. We don't actually have a dollar amount on that. We know what we're getting in terms of the therms we're getting, but we don't know, and we know what we paid, which was $1.2 million to put in that compression station. So the amortization on that we understand, but what is the cost of that fuel? And Love's is telling us, well, that's the same place we get our fuel. I mean, that's what we're doing. And so this index is not only local, but it's also very reliable.
Okay. It's always hard to swallow an increase, but I think everybody in this room has experienced it in whatever way, whether they're taking their personal car to the gas station or if you work in an industry where there is freight involved. Everything has gone up, and of course it always trickles down to the consumer, which is unfortunate, but somebody's got to pay it. So I understand, and it's just always hard when things go up. Obviously, it never comes down. And I don't know if there's that possibility if all of a sudden things get better and the economy gets, goes back to normal. And I mean, do we then talk to you again? Or are we done? Like
Trustee Pacheco, we actually have that in Nan Winters was the one that insisted on that. And I said, sure, absolutely. If it goes up, it comes down. So in terms of the fuel and the cost of the fuel, that can go both directions. And we're mandated by the agreement, we're mandated in April and October to check those indexes. And if they go down, you get a rate discount. If they go up, then obviously we need to pass that on as well.
Understood.
So it is bilateral.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Trustee Lewis.
Dan, so how does it work come April? The fuel can go down or up. This one-time increase to the 2.5%, does that go away if inflation comes down? Or is that built in now and we're going to work 2.5% off of the 2.5% plus the 4.1%?
Trustee Lewis, the reason that we have a CPI clause, which is section 7.1 in your agreement, the reason that we have that is something that we negotiated when we first started the contract, and that's automatic. It happens every year because costs do go up. Okay, but it's a very reasonable, it's a reasonable 2.5%. The next section is 7.2, and that's where your extraordinary additional rate adjustments that need to be justified, that need to have board votes on. that's why you have that one, in case you get into a situation where, you know, we want to continue to provide good, solid service, and I think we have to the residents. We don't want that to degrade. You don't want to get, say, 4 years in a 10-year contract, or 4 years in an 8-year contract in this particular case, and not be able to keep the tires on the trucks because, you know, your margins have eroded to the point where you're paying people to actually go out and pick up their trash, right? I mean, it doesn't work that way in private industry, nor in the government realm either. You know, somebody has to pay that. And so that gives us an opportunity to come in and ask for any adjustments in addition to the 2.5%. But I will point out, this is only one time a year will you see me asking for, potentially asking for something other than the 2.5% CPI. Okay, to one time a year, and that's at your anniversary date. Now, we kind of missed that. We couldn't get on the agenda. It's okay. We kind of missed that. We kind of slid past that. But I think it's okay because we're offering to use July rates. I mean, you know, July PPI. We're offering to use July CPIU. It's all gone up from there, right? And then we're offering to defer it until after Christmas. So I don't know how much more I can explain how much we appreciate the partnership that we have.
Dan, I think what you're proposing is generous, especially extending it until January to make it effective. I just wanted to understand from my notes that, okay, this is the new level. Rate, fuel can go up or down, but everything else, this will be our new level that the 2.5% will come off of.
Yes.
Will go increase. And so I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So, but
Yeah, we're not
I think what
changing
you're
it either.
proposing is generous, given that it's, as Sandra said, it's not something we want to pass on and see passed on to our residents. But I think I understand it's necessary and that you guys provide a very valuable service. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have no questions. I think it's generous as well. I thought that before we had our discussion, and thank you for that as well.
Okay, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question, because if we're going to make this effective January the 1st or whatever day in January, where is that set out? Because I don't see that in the amendment.
Yeah, no, well, the amendment really addresses, what the amendment addresses the switching of the right, that we use from CNG now to the regular one. So it doesn't actually say that. We can write that up however it is that you want, or this board can take the vote and we will abide by that vote. It makes a lot of sense to me.
As long as somewhere it's reflected, yeah, that's going to kick in whatever date in January, I'm okay.
What date in January do you want to put it?
It will appear on their first quarter of 2023 invoice. Now, those invoices will typically go out in the middle of December, okay? But they don't have to pay them until after January. It's for January, February, and March.
So can we say January 1st? Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Do you want to amend your motion to require January 1st?
Did you make the motion?
George made the motion. I will. And the second is amended?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm calling the question. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to go back to the general public comment, which was item 5 that was moved. Public comment period. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. Danielle, please proceed by calling up individuals that signed up for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. Our first individual will be participating by Zoom. Emily Cedarholm. Kiko, once you have an opportunity, please let her in. Emily, when you log in, please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Emily, I'm trying to add you into the meeting. Can you accept that? Danielle, Mayor Trustees, Emily declined to be added to the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and call the next individual, Camille Vados. Are you still present? I do not see her. Let's go on to Kathleen Hall. Kathleen Hall. Jane Silverstone. Drew.
Thank you.
And then again, once you get to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Drew Talia Pietra, 312 Nueva Hacienda. Mayor, trustees, and the few neighbors still left. Tonight, I must address a few troubling issues that have occurred. You can look through your little pictures there. On December 9th, 2021, our subdivision woke to our road being dug up. Absolutely no notification prior to. We had to cut across a dirt lot to exit our neighborhood. There were no soil compaction tests, and there were at least 2 loader buckets of dirt left over. I came over to this village hall and spoke with Tiffany and Danielle. They said there is no requirement for notification for road closure on private roads. So next I asked what was going to be built, and I was told there were no approved plans. I have reviewed the planning and zoning meeting for 2022, and there still aren't any plans approved, but yet construction has started. So this leads to my second question. Why was no one in my subdivision notified about the obvious construction that is in progress right outside my neighborhood? Public Notice Article 2, zoning 9.2.25 F1A states that the village shall mail individual notices of the application request by first-class mail to the applicant and property owners as shown by the records of the county assessor within a 300-foot radius of the subject site. You will note that every one of those homes in there either vary from 72 feet to 245 feet from the construction site. So I'd really like to know why there weren't any notifications sent, whose job is it to send notification, and last but by no means least, why have ordinance if you don't follow them?
So Drew, is this work ongoing today?
Yes, it is.
So I would instruct Thomas to go out there immediately tomorrow morning and start looking at this, because I don't know anything about it.
It's not the hole in the road.
Well,
It's
no,
not the,
This doesn't meet OSHA. I can tell you that right now. That's deeper than 4.5 feet.
oh, it was 10 or 11 feet. My husband went out and measured it.
This doesn't meet OSHA. This is unsafe.
Well, this was back December 9th of 2021.
Oh, but my point is, this does not meet OSHA requirements.
Oh, there was a lot of things that didn't meet a lot of things there.
Okay,
I mean, no soil compaction.
Yeah,
I mean.
something happened. We don't know.
But
I don't know.
why wasn't anyone notified?
Well, I think we can find out.
Could I please have a follow-up?
Of course. Of course. Maida Rubin, will you be here tomorrow, Maida? Wow. In the morning, okay. Do you want to give Maida your phone number, and then we'll have Thomas contact and figure out what to do and go out there and take a look?
I mean, this is scary.
Of course. Oh, I agree. I do agree.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment?
Mr. Henry Schonard, I did not see him. So we'll go on to the last individual who signed up, and that's Mr. Tom Donilon. Please approach the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. I don't see your name on this. If you want to come up and.
This excavation.
Oh, my God.
It's awful. It's ridiculous.
Good evening once again, Mayor and trustees. My name's Tom Donlin. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive, Northwest in Los Ranchos. First, I want to start off with thanking Administrator Simon on the work on Edgewood Park. I would love to see that finally designated as a park as opposed to just being land inventoried in the villages. assets, but actually dedicated as a park. But I'm really coming up to speak because I feel like the trustees are being timid. And some of that, I think, is coming from when I went back and read like the VC ordinances. And as with tonight's pilot project, you keep trying to follow the rules that are there when both of those were set up to have, not have boundaries on it, but for you to be able to try to set boundaries. And it feels like you guys are reluctant to do that. Or you don't feel empowered to, or it feels scary to go and do it. It's like, having a conversation, as I mentioned to several of you, as to what's the good trade-off in terms of getting open space on a conservation development and additional units for them to develop. What works as a balance that benefits the village, that benefits the, where does that work? And I didn't hear any of you talk about what works for that, what's reasonable, where do you want to be, so that when you come back from doing the pilot projects, and you start working on the actual ordinance, that you have some boundaries that you say, okay, we know these are things we want to see out of these developments. And I just would like to see you actually using that time to examine those things for yourselves and to think about what those are, what makes sense, how can you define things so that it works for the village and that you have good boundaries to work with going forward with them. On the palindrome contract, the original VC gave great deal of authority to the trustees in negotiating that contract. That got left out in subsequent versions of the zoning ordinance, but you still had it there because it's talked about the development agreement really had a lot more authority for you to be able to say, these are things we want, without having to go to the law, because it was designed to have that freedom to look at that, for you to be able to say, we'd like this, we want, we'll trade this for this, and to do some trading.
Thank you, your time has expired.
But you wrote contracts that didn't leave you with that power that was built into the zoning code. And it's a shame that you didn't realize that you had more power than what you gave yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Donilon. Mr. Montoya, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
David Montoya, and sorry for the late hour. 517 Pueblo Solano Northwest. I came here to talk about the Paseo del Norte once again. I want to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I went through there today, and I noticed the good is that on the west side, the fields are really not in bad shape. And I think there's a lot that can be, that's a lot that can be preserved. The bad is that on the east side, there's some severe problems, and the administration promised that they were going to water these trees, and many of them, Larry Abraham's jewels, are being lost and probably lost. We've lost at least, I lost track, over 24 trees that are dead. But there's still some that can be saved, but I think the trustees need to direct the the administration to do what they promised they would do. The ugly is that right now, the contract that I had, I paid $6,900 a year. Now, I don't know what's being paid to the village for this property by the new manager. That has still not been sent out. We don't have a copy of those contracts. And the ugly part is that we're now giving, instead of taking money from a contractor like myself, now we have signed a contract to borrow money for the work there, completely unnecessary. And the ugly part is that we're not involving the public, and I think we can really utilize the public to help you. We could set up a committee to help direct what's going to happen in spending this kind of money. And actually, you've got the loan, but you haven't actually started using that money. And I would caution you to not spend the money without really having a plan that has not come out and having public involvement. And this was promised by the mayor, it still hasn't come to be. And that's all I have. But I think there's a lot, if we get involved now, all's not lost, because if you look at the west side, there's still going to be a lot of money because trees are in bad shape, but it's not terrible. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Ma'am? Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. And I'm going to be a little bit of a chihuahua with a bone here. My apologies, Mr. Mayor, but you referred to development pressures.
I don't have development pressures.
I understand.
I do not have development pressures.
I understand.
I'm getting into a quarrel with you.
I'm not trying to quarrel with you. I wanted to ask, because I am not as experienced as you, as any of you really, at this work. But I would like to understand. And so I don't know where those development pressures come from.
There aren't
and who
any development pressures.
But you
This
wrote
has
that
been a
there.
project that's been in planning for 20 years. I think that's what you're talking about.
Well, no, I'm not talking, I'm just backing up and just taking a blue sky kind of, I want to understand how things work. And I don't always understand how things work. And there are development pressures. I'm not aware of any, because I have no connection with any developers. You know, I don't know anybody who's doing that kind of work. But I am obviously connected with people who are concerned about conservation and those sorts of things. So I want to understand both sides of the equation so I can help facilitate good compromises. That's my purpose in continuing to speak about this. So I would like to know, you know, obviously there are some pressures somewhere for development, or you wouldn't have referred to them in your report.
Okay, you're misunderstanding. I suggest that you come to my open office hours next Thursday, not tomorrow, but next Thursday, between 9 and 12, and I'll answer your questions directly. Okay, please.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was there hands raised?
Joe Craig, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Trustees, Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito, excuse me. Our friends of Los Ranchos led the drive to get this bond passed. We did advertising, we did yard signs, we did advertising on Facebook. I'm extremely pleased with an 82% turnout. That our previous bond that we did was 66%. This is fabulous. I just want to thank our friends, thank you. I want to thank our friends of Los Ranchos that worked so hard with their flyers, and thank our voters. This is a big deal, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Last call for anybody else who wishes to speak under public comment. Seeing none, Mayor, Trustees.
Okay, we're now at item 12, trustee informal discussion. Roundtable discussion is informal. The Board of Trustees will take no official vote or ask-in. Trustee Pacheco.
I just have one question. What determines where a crosswalk goes? Is it just a request, or is there a...
May I handle that one? Trustee Pacheco, Mayor, you need to look at the document called the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices,
There's such a thing.
commonly referred to as the MUTCD. And that tells you just a wide variety of things. For example, I never knew where the intersection began, right? If you're
Going
at an
whichever
intersection,
way.
where does the intersection begin? And that document tells you. That document also tells you, you know what that bar is that's before the crosswalk? That's a stop bar. You're actually supposed to stop before that bar. It tells you how to set up things like traffic control, how wide certain streets should be, all of those type of things. That's just where within the intersection or the street a crosswalk should be placed. You know, the manual doesn't tell you every street that, or every block that's 100 yards long has to have one crosswalk. Those are decisions that are not covered by the manual
that just
on
covers,
uniform
like,
traffic control devices.
What it should look like and
What
where
it should
be
look like,
placed.
it will tell you how far, how close to the intersection it should be, what can be around it, what cannot, those type of things.
Thank you.
If I might add, Mayor and Trustee Pacheco, there's more experiential ways to figure out where you would want a crosswalk. So there are some things you need to look at in the MUTCD and other safety measures to make sure that it would be safe where you want to put it. But in terms of where do you want to put a crosswalk, where are people walking? At Mr. Cog, I used to do manual counts of watching videos where people were crossing and then figure out how to accommodate that in a safe manner. So kind of seeing where people want to cross and trying to figure out how to make it a safe crossing as well.
And I'm speaking specifically of Rio Grande right as you come out of the park, so El Portal and Rio Grande. So I don't know if it would warrant it. It just seems to me, especially with activities every single weekend, people using the facilities, it just seems like it's a really busy intersection. And that's all I have.
Okay, Trustee Lewis. I have nothing. Trustee Radnovich.
I, as always, have a few things. And this one, I'm really, I was very upset when I read through our 300-page documents for this month for a couple of reasons. I had asked the village administration directly through an email to hear the B&B ordinance again and to discuss it officially on the agenda. It didn't show up on the agenda. I realized that this was a long agenda, and I understand that, but I didn't even get communications back. So I'm very upset about that because I was led to, I thought that looking at the B&B code again and potentially changing it was going to be on the agenda, and I officially asked for it, and it didn't. So I just think, at the very least, there ought to be some communications about that because I'm a trustee. I'm not, you know, I'm not someone who doesn't live in the village. I really, I was very, very dismayed by that. Very dismayed. And it's, I'll leave it at that. I hate to keep bringing this up, but I'm going to keep bringing it up every month. We got a 300-page document to read and to consider on last Friday, 3 business days ago. It's just not enough time. It's just not enough time to do that. And I've asked before, and we need at least a week. We need at least a week, including a weekend, to read these documents. Now, I realize that they're not always 300 pages, but it's absurdly short. And there's no way I could really do it. And I had some problems, as Danielle knows, with opening the document, but, and I did it 3 times. I looked at this document 3 times and rewrote my notes 3 times, but almost all of them, not all of them. But I just think we need more time between the time that we get the agenda for these meetings on Friday and the following Wednesday when we hear these cases.
There is an option, George, and let me tell you what this option is. I've never wanted to consider it, but I'll throw it on the table right now. When I became a trustee 30 years ago, we had 2 meetings a month. Second Wednesday, fourth Wednesday. If the trustees want more time, we will now move our meeting to the fourth Wednesday, but we'll act as if it's the second Wednesday and you'll have 2 weeks. That's an option. Now, Ann, do you think that's feasible? In other words, we would no longer meet the second Wednesday. We would meet the fourth Wednesday like we did 30 years ago. But we would act like it's still the second Wednesday, get all the stuff together, and that gives everybody 2 weeks. I mean, I'm just throwing this on the table. I've thought about this a number of times.
Mayor, trustees, I believe that we do talk about our meetings and our schedule and all of that, the business of the trustees at the beginning of the year. Is that correct?
Right.
In January? So we could take a look at our meeting times and days and come up with a recommendation.
Why couldn't it be the third week?
Well,
That would give a week and 3 days.
it could be the third week, but again, I'm trying to give you 2 weeks. I mean, you say you need a week and a weekend, you know, I'm just saying.
Mayor and trustees, I think the bigger issue is that we already are trying to get a lot onto the agenda in a short amount of time.
That's correct.
And to have even one more week moves the schedule back almost a month. So we have to consider the cash report. We have to consider a lot of these items. Apologies, I never got your email about the B&Bs. I got your email about the VC.
No, both.
I'll have to go back and look at that. So apologies, I never saw that, or I didn't understand you wanted it on the agenda. I thought I don't know what I thought.
I believe we talked about it, Ann.
I apologize. I did not. I
I
missed
just-
that you wanted that on the agenda.
I just was very upset when I saw that, because I made a point of being very direct. I think I sent it to you, Mayor, and, well, I know I sent it to you and to Ann. So 3 days is just really tough, especially for those of us who still work, and it's just not much time.
Well,
Go ahead.
When you give us more time, you take more time away from the public. In other words, if we said, all right, we're gonna have our second Wednesday of the month meeting on the fourth Wednesday, and whatever comes out at that meeting, there's 2 weeks to get it back onto the agenda for next month. So if people hear things or want things on the agenda,
well, isn't there?
we've almost pushed it out to where, sorry, you can't get on next month's agenda, you're gonna have to be on the next month's agenda. And so it's so hard to do that, you know? And so that's part of the reason.
I get that, and that's why I'm
so
suggesting.
Trying to figure out
What drives
not.
when we have meetings?
let me start. Again, when I became a trustee, 2 meetings a month. When Kelly Ward and Larry Abraham were here, 2008, the workload to get packets together for 2 meetings a month was so horrific. Kelly and Larry said, no, we're gonna go to 1 meeting a month, we're gonna do it on the second Wednesday. It's been that way ever since. But I'm just throwing an idea on the table. Act like it's still the second Wednesday, prepare the packet, but the meeting doesn't occur until later to give everybody more time. That's just an idea. It's something I was thinking about the other day, but again, and we can work on this. We can come up with a solution for January, because January is when we establish the schedule, right?
Yes, Mayor, Mayor and trustees, that is problematic, and I understand because, as you mentioned, it was a big packet. But then again, that drives back deadlines for everybody, and it puts us in a position where if we can't get it on an agenda, then we may perhaps have to call a special meeting, and sometimes not all of the trustees are available for that as well. So then it's going to get bumped to another month, and then we're going to be behind. So there's a lot of factors that we have to consider, and one of the biggest ones is the cash report, because we have to wait until month end until we can process things. So we can discuss it, and I'd be happy to do that. I know it's a lot for you. However, it does come out every Friday, and just for consistency purposes, so you know when it's coming, to be prepared. Your schedules may predict otherwise. However, that's the best that we can get out right now with the staff that we have on hand.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. And what I'd like to suggest is, instead of trying to discuss it here, that we have a meeting and talk about it and see what could be done, because I get everything you're saying, and I knew you would say that, but there's still lots of documents that I'm not really doing a great job of reviewing, because I have no time to review 300 pages of documents that quickly. So, and if I went and actually looked at the references to code that are in those documents, so I could review that, it would be even longer. So there's got to be some middle ground that we can get to that helps the public, helps the administration, and helps us have a more sane, in my opinion, amount of time to review these documents.
We can tackle the issue.
Understood. I think that, as Anna recommended, we should probably meet, so that way, if we do want to make changes to our Open Meetings Act that we present every January, we can include that.
Great. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I had one more thing.
Go ahead.
And this is the last thing. Given the amount of public discourse that we had tonight on the pilot project ordinance, it makes me wonder, and this was one of the things that I read in my first month, I think, as a trustee in February or March. It was either February or March that we looked at this pilot project ordinance, and I admit I came into it late. It had already been done when I got here. But given the amount of public discourse about this, it would be worth another look as well. I'm not trying to increase our workload, but there was a lot of public discourse on both sides of this right.
Mayor and Trustee Radnovich, yeah, the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Oh, you're looking at that too in the advisory committee?
Absolutely.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just the VC zone.
No, it is the C1. It was always C1 in pilot project. What we were kind of hoping to stave off was VC, but VC has been added.
I see. I did not know that. So again, I'd go back to the communications comment that I made.
Anything else?
I don't think I knew that. I don't remember ever being told that.
Okay, so when you and I had our conversation, that's what we talked about. But we can chat about it after.
Okay.
I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I hate to do it, but okay, it's been enough fun for one night.
I need a
All right,
second.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The time is 11:48. Meeting is adjourned.